Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue. I'm going to call the meeting to order now. Ottawa est aménagé sur le territoire non cédé.
Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation. The City of Ottawa honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land.
For those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection.
Alors,
Thank you. Merci. Please remain standing if you're able, and I'll ask Councillor Luloff to introduce the performers of our national anthem this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Alicia and Bella McIntyre started their musical journey at School of Rock Orleans in August 2022. They quickly became leaders in their bands and joined the house band a year later. Since then, they've performed throughout the Ottawa area at events such as the Heart of Orleans BIA annual Christmas tree lighting ceremony, the Bell Capital Cup opening ceremonies, Canada Day at Petrie Island, the Queenswood Heights Music Festival as well. And both sisters continue to be leaders in their program, demonstrating exceptional musical ability and helping their fellow bandmates grow as musicians. So if you can give it up for Alicia and Bella from School of Rock.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Qu'à ton blas c'est porter les pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you very much for that wonderful rendition of our national anthem. Encore une fois, bonjour tout le monde, good morning everyone. Comme il s'agit de notre première réunion
since this is our first regular meeting in 2026, I wanted to take a moment to share a few reflections this morning.
First regularly scheduled meeting of 2026. I wanted to take a moment to share a few thoughts. This is the last year of our four-year mandate, and I wanted to take a moment to remind everyone of the expectations of our residents at the time of the last election in 2022. I also wanted to review the priorities that we unanimously adopted for this term of council very early on in our mandate. I know that after a very divisive and fractious end to the previous term of council, the people of Ottawa wanted us to work collaboratively and constructively, and I'm very proud that we have done exactly that. We don't agree about everything, we don't always vote the same way, But in a time of division and hostility in politics in Canada and around the world, we have been respectful and collaborative. Nous travaillons dans un esprit de respect et de collaboration.
We work in a spirit of respect and cooperation. We find consensus on very many files.
A long list of issues, and we did that at a very challenging time for our city. In 2022, residents were worried about the future of Ottawa. We were emerging from the pandemic and recovering from the convoy. We had a shortage of paramedics. We were using community centres as temporary shelters. We were the subject of a public inquiry into our light rail system. Our residents expected us to get to work on those issues. And we agreed as a council to devote our time and resources to some key priorities, including building more homes, especially more affordable homes, fixing public transit and improving transportation throughout the city, repairing our roads and sidewalks, increasing public safety, including hiring more police officers and reducing paramedic response times, building a greener and more resilient city, supporting the most vulnerable, including responding to homelessness and improving food security, strengthening and diversifying our local economy. I think we can all take pride in the fact that we've made significant progress on all these priorities. Our work is not done yet, but let's not overlook how far we've come. We've had a full agenda and we've accomplished a lot. En matière de logement, y compris
In terms of housing, including affordable housing, we were seeing big and accomplished more during this term than any other period before.
Affordable housing, we've aimed high and done more in this term than at any other time in recent memory. We doubled our investment in affordable housing from $45 million last term to $105 million this term. I just signed a deal with Prime Minister Mark Carney to make Ottawa the first city in Canada to partner with Build Canada Homes. Together, we'll be investing $400 million to build 3,000 affordable units in Ottawa in the coming years. We launched the Housing Innovation Task Force and set about to become the most housing-friendly city in Canada. We unanimously approved the 53 measures in the Housing Action Plan that will streamline the approval process, cut and defer fees, and shorten approval times for home builders. It is the most ambitious housing plan in our city's history. And today, we're implementing a new zoning bylaw and considering a motion to eliminate or reduce the scope of 26 different studies that add time and cost to the building process. And in a few months, we will consider a new renovictions bylaw which would protect tenants. Bless you. We are saying yes to housing and to affordable housing. Nous disons oui au logement.
We will say yes to housing, including affordable housing. And we are already starting to see results.
In 2025, there was a 38% increase in housing starts in Ottawa. That's during a period when many municipalities saw a significant decline. On public transit, as you all know, we continue to face significant challenges. The last few weeks in particular have been very difficult for bus and train passengers. But that doesn't mean we haven't made some progress. We launched lines 2 and 4 last year, and ridership has been very strong. More than 4.7 million passengers have used the new lines in the first year with very, very few issues. Sometime in the coming months, we'll open the eastern extension of Line 1, which will be a game changer for the people of Orleans. And we're continuing to receive the new electric buses that we ordered, which are modernizing and electrifying our fleet. They will also help us overcome the challenges we've had with bus service in recent weeks. And look, I know it's been very, very difficult for our passengers to be patient, and I completely understand that and sympathize with them. But the system will get better and better in the weeks and months ahead. It will get more reliable. Let's also remember that together we have chosen to invest record amounts in public transit. Ensemble, nous avons choisi d'investir.
We chose to invest enormously in public transit.
The budget for OC Transpo was $640 million. Only 5 years later, it's now almost $1 billion. And we're continuing to work toward the upload of LRT to the provincial government, which will save as much as $85 million a year that can be reinvested into better transit for our city. We're also investing record amounts in repairing our roads and sidewalks. The budget for road resurfacing is up 50% this term. For sidewalk repair, we've increased funding by 77%. We've approved a new transportation master plan. We've made commitments to improve transportation in rapidly growing areas of the city, including South Orleans and Barrhaven. In 2022, our paramedic service was facing a huge number of level 0 events. Since then, we've hired 141 new paramedic staff, and we've worked with the provincial government and our healthcare partners, including the local hospitals, to reduce offload delays. As a result, level 0 events were down almost 80% in 2025, and that trend has continued since then. We've also invested record amounts in our police service. Depuis 2022, nous avons embauché.
Since 2022, we hired 70 new police officers.
Since 2022, we've hired 70 new police officers. We've opened the new police operations center to serve the Byward Market. We also introduced Anchor to offer a more appropriate mental health response in Centertown, and so far the response has been and the results have been very positive. We'll be expanding Anchor to another part of the city this year, and staff have begun the work on assessing the best place to do that. Unfortunately, in recent years, we've seen a dramatic increase in hate-motivated incidents, including anti-Semitic and Islamophobic attacks. In a few months, we'll be considering a new bylaw to protect religious and cultural spaces, hospitals, schools, retirement centers from protests that harass residents. I'm also hosting a symposium in a few weeks where we will talk about the practical steps that we can take to fight hatred and racism and make Ottawa a kinder city. This has been a challenging time, a very challenging time for many of our residents who are struggling with rising costs or mental health or substance use issues. More and more people are relying on food banks and other social services. So I'm proud that this year we're investing $222 million towards supporting the most vulnerable residents in our city. Nous investissons pour améliorer.
We will invest to improve the food security and fight against homelessness.
Since 2022, we've created 700 new transitional housing beds. We now have more supportive and transitional housing units than shelter beds for the first time in our city's history. As a result, we've been able to reopen the community centers and arenas that were once being used as shelters. We have dramatically increased capacity. So this winter, fortunately, we're not running out of space to support vulnerable residents. A few months ago, I made a big commitment. I pledged that by 2030, we will eliminate youth homelessness in Ottawa. We're working closely with the Alliance to End Homelessness and other community partners to achieve this. We set aside an additional $400,000 to start to support this goal in the 2026 budget. And on Friday, the Chateau Laurier hosted the Mayor's Charity Gala, and we raised close to $400,000 more to fund the work that will bring us closer to this ambitious goal. Nous avons également travaillé fort.
We also work very hard to give more vitality to the downtown area.
We've launched new projects to bring life back to our downtown streets, and they've been working. We have a new concert hall, History Ottawa, that will open this year in the market. And we've seen visitor traffic to the Byward Market increase by 50% in the last year. On the critical matter of our local economy at this time of great uncertainty, we've worked hard to attract more events to our city, including the World Junior Hockey Championships and Ironman Canada. As a result, 2025 was by many measures the best year ever for tourism in Ottawa. We've also seen a dramatic increase in the number of direct flights to and from Ottawa. We've been working closely with Invest Ottawa and the City of Gatineau on our defense strategy, which we will continue to deploy in the coming weeks. We've also held the first rural summit in more than 15 years and taken significant steps to support our rural communities. And we put in place a primary care action plan to attract and retain more family doctors. Nous investissons massivement.
We invest massively in all priority areas.
We have have been investing significantly. And we've made these historic investments without significantly adding to the financial burden of our residents during an affordability crisis. While other cities have seen tax increases of 20%, 22%, or 24% over the past 3 years, our tax increases have averaged about 3% per year, the lowest of any major city in the country. As you all know, we've managed our money very, very carefully, just like many families and small businesses in our city. Over the past 3 years, we found $253 million in savings and efficiencies at City Hall. That's $250 million in savings. That works out to more than $530 in savings for every household in our city. Now, as members of the media keep reminding me, this is an election year. But the election is still 9 months away. That is almost 20% of our entire mandate. In fact, if this were the Super Bowl, we'd only be a few minutes into the fourth quarter right now, with lots of time left on the clock. So like many of you, I'm continuing to focus on doing the job I was elected to do in 2022. With that in mind, over the course of the last few weeks, I've been meeting with every single member of council one-on-one to hear your priorities for the final year of our term. In the coming months, I will be working hard to continue to get things done in our priority areas, including continuing to develop our plans for the Byward market. Among other things, we have 2 properties in the market that are poised for redevelopment and have tremendous potential. On improving transportation throughout our city by fixing public transit and also expanding and improving our major roads. Strengthening and diversifying our local economy at a time of great economic uncertainty internationally and right here in Ottawa with the prospect of federal job reductions. We will continue to work closely with Invest Ottawa to attract investment in the defense sector and in other emerging areas. And we will continue to work with the Ottawa Film Office to attract great productions to our city after we had a record year in 2025. And hey, maybe season 2 of Heated Rivalry will be coming to Ottawa in the near future. Improving intercity transportation options for Ottawa residents, including the new high-speed rail project. And I want to be clear today, there's been a lot of discussion about this. I believe the people of Ottawa will be best served by a station that is located right downtown. So I'll be working hard with the team at Alto to do everything I can to explore that. That station should be in downtown Ottawa. I'll also be working to support the plans for our 200th birthday. Very excited about the first group of events that were announced last week. Nous appuyons les efforts de notre communauté francophone.
We support the efforts of our Francophone friends who are happy to host the Francophonie Summit
I will work hard to continue supporting the most
next year.
building more affordable homes, and working towards ending youth homelessness in Ottawa once and for all. Continuing to implement the Housing Action Plan and making sure that we are saying yes to housing. Fighting for affordability for our residents at a time when costs are rising significantly. I'll have a lot to say about these and other priorities in the weeks ahead. Nous devons continuer à
We
faire
must continue
avancer Ottawa.
to
We must keep Ottawa moving forward.
keep
We must
Ottawa
make the
moving
most
forward.
of the rest of this term of council to achieve more progress. We must keep working together. And I think that's what our residents expect us to do. So thank you, colleagues, for your collaboration and hard work, and I look forward to continuing that in the months ahead. Merci beaucoup. And with that, I will ask for the roll call.
Councillor Luloff.
Je suis présent.
Councillor Dudas.
I'm here.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Ici.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Je suis présent.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseillère Plante.
Allô.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Present.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Skolsky.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Conseiller Desroches. Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Present.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
Monsieur le maire, nous avons quorum.
Merci. Confirmation of minutes from 5 different meetings. Are those carried? Any declarations of interest? On communications, I'll note the communications that are on the agenda, including the petitions. There is a motion from Councillor Brockington to add petitions received after the agenda release pertaining to the zoning bylaw. Councillor Brockington, if you would read that motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Johnson for seconding this motion. So whereas 2 petitions, were received by the Office of the City Clerk after the publishing of the final agenda, therefore be it resolved that the rules of procedure be waived to add the following petitions to the agenda. Under 8.2 as the new zoning bylaw. Final draft will be considered at today's meeting. A petition submitted by George Benedict on behalf of the residents of 3580 and 3590 Rivergate Way, containing a total of 243 signatures expressing opposition to the potential rezoning of lands near 3580 and 3590 Rivergate Way. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Is that carried? I'll note that Councillor Desroches did provide his regrets. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. That the Finance and Corporate Services Department report entitled Appointment of Hearing Officers for the City of Ottawa's Administrative Penalty System, Built Heritage Committee Report 27A, Built Heritage Committee Report 28, Joint Planning and Housing Committee and Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Report 7, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements of the City Council meeting of December 10, 2025 be received and considered. Be it further resolved that the rules and procedure be suspended to receive and consider a presentation titled Acquisition Update, Capital Region Resource Recovery Center, as the presentation was not included in the draft agenda.
Is that carried? Thank you. We will hold item 11.1, the acquisition update on the Capital Region Resource Recovery Center. Item 12.1 is the appointment of hearing officers for the City of Ottawa's administrative penalty system. Is that carried?
I have a very quick question. It could be dealt with now, potentially.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if the situation with the ASCs has changed the need for these positions, because I believe it was always 6. We're going forward with 6 now.
So, Mr. Mayor, so right now the APS program is rolled out for parking, and we're moving forward now to roll out to red light camera. So we hadn't rolled out to the AAC program, so it's not really impacted by that change in legislation.
So the 6 that were identified previously were not in anticipation of having to process ASC as well?
That's right. Yeah, it's based on volume. So as the volume goes up in terms of the need, we bring them on as we need them.
Okay.
So we only pay for the time that they're actually there. So it's not really an impact to overall. It's just based on volume. We're seeing a lot of volume right now in the parking tickets. So that's why we need the additional resources.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 13.1 is the heritage permit for alterations at 290 Park Road. Is that carried? Item 13.2 is the Beaverbrook Heritage Conservation District feasibility assessment.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I just make a very quick comment? Not to hold it, but just to say, I just wanted to thank Leslie Collins and Greg McPherson, people in the audience here, Langonche, Councillor King, and also, Councillor Troster, Councillor Leeper, who have come out to Beaverbrook to see what it looks like and why a heritage study would be such a good idea. And really thanks to the community members, Neil Thompson, head of the Beaverbrook Community Association, who got community members to meet with our city staff to get to this. And really appreciate all that work. I think it's a great thing to do. And I really look forward to this study.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hubley.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I had questions on the report. I'm going to support the report. I talked to Councillor Curry about it. There's some factual inaccuracies in the report, but I understand Marcy is willing to discuss it and make any changes necessary for the final report, so I'm okay with that.
Okay. OPA 47 Housing Acceleration Plan update. Is that carried? Item 14.2 is the new zoning bylaw. Should we hold that? Should we hold that? Okay. We'll hold that. And I believe we are jumping ahead to item 15 is the bulk consent agenda. Is that carried? All right. So let's return to item 11.1, which is the acquisition update on the Capital Region Resource Recovery Center. And I just want to clarify that we are not voting on this today. This is an information update that we will be receiving. And also it is through the report that was published yesterday, the disclosure of the information that was at our disposal when we were in an in-camera session 2 weeks ago. So I'll turn it over to staff now for this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Merci, Monsieur le Maire. And just before I hand it over to Alain, I just wanted to make a few opening remarks. And in keeping with both the City and Council's commitment to ensure full transparency, and with the conditions of the non-disclosure agreement now lifted, we're back before you today to confirm that the acquisition of the Capital Region Resource Recovery Centre is now complete. And with the publication of the Council agenda yesterday, the report is public. In a moment, you're going to receive a very detailed update on the acquisition, which includes a confirmed purchase price and the acquisition plan. And I really want to take a moment, and I want to thank everyone that's been involved in this transaction, including the senior leaders, not only around this table, but in the organization and multiple departments. I also want to thank members of Council for your leadership and your stewardship on this file. The successful acquisition is truly beneficial for the City, and securing a site that is already permitted by the province will save the City time and money and reduce regulatory uncertainty. And it ultimately strengthens our ability to manage Ottawa's long-term waste management needs. And I want to reassure Council and residents that the acquisition does not undermine or defer staff's work on our longer-term waste management solutions, and that staff will continue to assess the potential waste management technologies for the future, including our waste-to-energy conversion, those staff recommendations for such a solution in 2027. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Alain to commence the presentation. Thank you, merci.
Merci, Wendy. So just before I begin, I'm also joined by Shelley McDonald, Director of Solid Waste Services, and also joining virtually are two representatives from KPMG that assisted with the acquisition process, Shez Bandukwala and Frank Yozo. So if there are more specific questions when it comes to the valuation and the pricing piece, they will also be available to be able to provide additional context. You will also note on the French slide, just for full clarity, that this is not a confidential presentation. So I see that it still shows up on the French side, not on the English side. So I just wanted to make sure clear for everyone that this is not a confidential presentation. This, in fact, as our city manager indicated, the intent today is to basically provide full transparency in terms of all of the information that's been gathered and shared throughout this acquisition process. Prochaine diapositive. Now,
I'm going to give you an overview of the whole file. And throughout the other slides, I will focus on the acquisition process.
An overview in terms of where we're at right now, and then in the following slides, I'm going to unpack a lot of the details related to the acquisition process and how we got to this point. So if we go back to November was the first time that we provided basically the public disclosure around the city's intent in terms of providing a bid for the site. And on January 14th, so 2 weeks ago, we also received direction from Council to proceed with the bidding process. What has transpired since then is that the city was successful in terms of its bidding process. We did get exclusivity in terms of being able to finalize negotiations, and we have closed the deal now. So we are no longer subject to a non-disclosure agreement. So the NDA that we've previously discussed in prior meetings, we are no longer bound by the terms of that non-disclosure agreement. So one of the elements that was not shared previously publicly, because we were still part of the confidential bidding process, was the price. The price that we ended up acquiring the site for was $95 million plus taxes and land transfer costs. What those amount to are basically, when we look at it, basically those additional costs above the $95 million is give or take about $1 million for those taxes and land transfer costs. So those are the full costs related to this site. I also wanted to flag that there were 4 leases on this property, which is not uncommon for the size of property that we're dealing with. These leases were entered by the previous owners, and those leases, there were 2 commercial leases, 1 license of occupation, and there was also 1 basically tenant agreement. So those have been terminated. Notice has been given also on the residential property. That does not preclude moving forward if the city wants to enter into a new leasing agreement with these entities. That is something that would be part of a normal process through our real estate group. But I just wanted to give a final update in terms of where we landed in terms of those leases. So if we move to the next slide. So as I mentioned, we are no longer bound by the non-disclosure agreement for the Capital Region Resource Recovery Center. I'm just going to call it the site for ease of purpose. We all know that through the Solid Waste Master Plan that we will always need some landfill capacity. So as the city manager indicated, this decision to acquire the site does not impede basically the work that we're currently doing at looking at different technologies, and that will be coming forward as committed in 2027. The reality is basically any option that we are considering will always require some form of landfill capacity. So this in fact puts the city in an inviolable position compared to a lot of our peer municipalities, that it does provide us with additional breathing room when it comes to landfill capacity. And also basically gives us space to be able to continue to evaluate options in terms of how are we going to continue to manage waste into the future. So next slide, prochaine diapo. So just want to unpack a bit in terms of the context of the site. There is a lot of history on this site. When the site was originally approved, Taggart Miller's approval for the site was focused on the IC&I sector, so the industrial, commercial, institutional sectors. In 2024, they received an amendment from the Ministry of Environment to also accept residential waste. So this was not a request from the city. This was all led by the private entity working with the ministry. They also secured basically all of the ministry requirements. As we've discussed previously, receiving ministry approval for a landfill is a long process. It took Taggart Miller probably about 15 years to be able to get through all of the approvals. There's a lot of due diligence that needs to be undertaken to be able to satisfy the ministry before they're able to grant approval for the landfill site. So those approvals are also part of the acquisition of the site itself. So in terms of the approvals that are on that site right now, we tend to focus very much on the landfill. The landfill probably represents, I would say, a bit more than half of the site itself in terms of approved capacity. There are also additional uses in terms of excess soil, management opportunities, treatment of hydrocarbon contaminated soils, approvals related to organics, processing, composting. So one of the reasons why it was called a bit of a recovery center was recognizing the diversity of the approvals that were on that site. As the city now is owning the site, then we're also going to be looking at basically in terms of, as we move forward, how do we best leverage and use the approvals and also the capacities that are available on that site. Prochaine diapositive. So we started to be engaged in June of 2025 when we signed a non-disclosure agreement. I know that there's been a lot of consternation in terms of why did the city need to enter into a non-disclosure agreement. It should be an open process. The reality is, for us to be part of the process, we needed to enter into the non-disclosure agreement. This was a process that was led by the private sector. It was not led by the city. So for us to have a seat at the table, we needed to sign on to the terms of the agreement. What we were able to do through the process, though, was to negotiate with Taggart Miller to allow some level of public awareness through the process, and that led to the report in November, where we shared basically as much information as we could at the time, recognizing that we were still under a competitive process, so there was still information that we were not in a position to release at the time. That information was part of the confidential report that was shared at Council in January 14th, and that's the report that's been made public now. So that really completes the full disclosure of the information on this site. Now, part of that due diligence included a lot of technical reviews by different engineering consultants to look at the site conditions, to look at the information that was available for that site, the approval that were also in place. We also confirmed with the ministry that there are no impediments to continuing to proceed with the approvals. The approvals remain valid. There's no holding provisions related to those, and also no expectations in terms of timing as to when we can start to use that site. So it provides basically a site that the city can start planning and moving forward. We also had a lot of support from KPMG in terms of the evaluation of the site, preparing the bid process, and I'll unpack that in the next few slides. We also had a lot of internal and external legal support related to the agreements, and also our real estate team were integral in terms of assisting us in terms of the valuation process. So there is, as part of the report, a brief summary in terms of the due diligence. I want to assure Council that basically we have done our homework to make sure that basically the site that is acquired is a site that will provide value to the city moving forward. And what's in the report is full disclosure of the information. There are no side deals, no remaining commitments to Taggart Miller. This is, now that we've closed on the deal, there is no longer any ongoing relationships with Taggart or Miller related to the site, or no formal or informal commitments related to that site. Prochaine diapositive. So one of the pieces that I wanted to also flag is once we received exclusivity from Taggart Miller in December, part of the confirmation that we had exclusivity in our exclusivity period and ended basically at the end of January, so we didn't have a lot of time to work through this. Throughout the process, the way that the sale of the site was set up, it was set up as being a share purchase. So essentially, we would be buying the shares of the companies that own both the site and also the approvals on that site. When we received exclusivity, we also received a change in terms of path from the vendors, that they would be allowing basically this to be proceeding under an asset purchase process, which from a city perspective is actually beneficial because it streamlined the process and it also reduced the cost of the city going down that path. So that's why we had a bit of a shift in terms of direction. So that way we did not need to go through a municipal services corporation to facilitate the transaction. It's one that we can do directly as a city to take on the assets. And when we're talking about the assets, we're talking about the land compositions, and also the approvals that come along with that, with the land. So that's related to the mechanism. And then on the next slide Je vais maintenant parler du
Now I would like to get into more details about the purchase price.
De la propriété.
What happened with this site?
In terms of how we came up with the valuation and the bid for the site. As you can appreciate, this is not just any site. The site basically has strategic value to the city, and that value is largely embedded into the approvals that are associated with this site. And also, we were part of a competitive process. So when we looked at the valuation, we worked closely with KPMG, and we approached it from two lenses. We approached it from one lens around what is the value to the city of this site. And in terms of that assessment, we looked at once we run out of capacity at Trail, which Trail has, as you know, has a finite life. At that point, what would be the cost if we had to rely basically on the private sector at that point to be able to address our needs? And what is that delta in terms of the premium that we would be paying at that point of going that route versus the city having its own site? The value that we came at that point ranged between 110 million and 140 million. Now that was not to determine basically, okay, well, here's what we're going to be submitting. It was to determine what is the upper range of the value for the city, so that if we paid more than that amount, at that point it would no longer be valuable to the city because we would be paying more than what the site is worth in terms of from a city perspective. Then we looked at it because we're in a competitive process, what would the private sector approach it? Because the private sector will approach it very differently than the city would. They would approach it from how quickly can they turn a return on investment related to the site. So when we looked at that valuation, it's basically helped to inform how we came to the 95 million, and that's the price that we're able to close the deal on in December and recently. So that's how we got to the site valuation. I know that there's been a lot of information in the media around what the site was purchased with many years ago. It's not just, as I said, the land itself. It's the approvals that are on the site, and it's also the strategic value to the site. The city now has care and control of that site. That site would continue to be a landfill regardless of who owned it. So this ensures that basically it's not going to be managed by a third party or even another municipality. The city will have care and control and can determine basically moving forward how it's going to be using the site. Je vais maintenant céder la parole à Cyril.
I will now give the floor to Cyril. It will provide you with more information concerning the funding model.
Key points on this slide for takeaways. Number one, this is really much aligned with the solid waste master plan and the solid waste long range financial plan that was approved in June. So in those plans, we had planned for an acquisition or new landfill in the outer years. So really what this does with this opportunity is we kind of advanced that purchase. So if you look at the LRFP percentage change over prior year row in the box there at the table, you'll see the plan was for over the next 10 years, an overall average of a 5.4% increase. With the advancement of this acquisition, what that does to the overall plan is just slightly changes that. So over the 10-year period, the 5.4% now transitions to 5.7% overall. So very much in line with the affordable plan that was put forward as part of the LRFP in 2024. And then what you'll see is if you look at the year-over-year changes, in the first year of the plan, the 2025 budget year, the plan was projecting a 17% increase. The actual increase was 7%. So we actually scaled down because we were able to make that affordable. So we bring these plans forward, but then on an annual basis, we revisit these plans, and there could be little shifts in the actual years in terms of correlation to the plan. For 2026, the adopted budget represents a 10% increase. That is still the case and still affordable. In 2027, the projection now with this acquisition is 10%. But again, this is very much aligned with the approved master plan and long-range financial plan over the 10-year period. And I'm going to pass it back to Alain.
Thanks, Cyril. So if we move to the next slide, the next steps. So now that we've actually closed on the deal, I've made reference to the leases that were previously on that site. We will continue to work with our colleagues in real estate on any opportunities moving forward related to those leases. We remain committed to reporting back to council in 2027 related to the review of technologies and how this site is going to be fitting into that long-term vision. So there's still a lot of work to be done before we actually put any shovels in the ground at this site. And on that note, I just want to bring back the fact that in November, there were also 4 motions that were, 4 or 5 motions that were approved, directing staff in terms of engaging with the liaison committee in terms of the terms of reference, the linking back with the Conservation Authority to make sure that there's no concerns on their part. Also undertaking a human health assessment for the site, engaging with the surrounding area. So these are all things that we are committing to that we will be moving forward with. We don't have a specific timeline now at this stage in terms of the timing as to when we're going to be moving forward on each part, because we've been very much focused on closing on the acquisition process. But over the coming months, we're going to be able to provide more context around timing as to when some of these initiatives will be starting. What I can commit to the community is that there is no immediate activity that's going to be taking place at this site. There's still more work that needs to be done. The community will be engaged before they see any activity at this site. Donc, ce que je peux confirmer avec la communauté, c'est que
what I can confirm is that we still have a lot of work to do before we can even start using the new site, the new center. There will be community engagement. We will be working with the existing community liaison committee.
Prochaine diapo. Donc, en conclusion, ce site,
in closing, this is a rare strategic opportunity to acquire, especially if we think about our needs.
I just want to highlight how significant this strategic acquisition is for the city. I mentioned before that it definitely puts the city of Ottawa in a viable position compared to a lot of its peer municipality in terms of getting some breathing space in terms of landfill capacity, and the fact that regardless of what we retain in terms of technologies moving forward, landfill capacity will always be required. We're going to continue to try to maximize the capacity at Trail. That does not change our direction related to maximizing the capacity at Trail. This just gives us additional capacity. And I appreciate that 30 years of additional capacity may sound a lot, but Ottawa is going to be celebrating its 200th anniversary this year of Bankstown. We're going to be there for another 100+ years. So these are not short-term decisions. We're not talking about decisions that will service the city for the next couple of decades. It's going to be there for many decades. So for me, this provides an important decision for council to position the city well in terms of addressing its waste needs well into the future. It also does not change the solid waste master plan decisions and directions that are approved by council to focus on reducing waste, maximizing our reuse and diversion opportunities. That will continue to be the cornerstone of our solid waste master plan. But we also know through the solid waste master plan that there is always going to be a residual component that we're going to have to deal with. This provides us the ability to be able to manage that well into the future. So with that, Mr. Mayor, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for all the hard work that went into this. Councillor Skalski.
Thank you, Mayor. So this process has been unfair to residents. The reports and supporting documents for this presentation were only posted yesterday, and that doesn't provide sufficient time for review or for people to prepare to be here today. Residents in Carlsbad Springs have expressed significant concerns about transparency of this process and about the permitting of the site in the first place. Making these reports available the day before today doesn't help alleviate those concerns. Unfortunately, it's not a good look, and people are spinning right now. First, can you confirm now that we are no longer bound by the NDA? What exactly does that mean? Are we able to speak freely about what was discussed in camera over the past several months related to this acquisition?
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll start to answer part of the question, then, and I'll hand it over to our city clerk to speak to the second part. So, as I mentioned, no, we are no longer bound by the non-disclosure agreement. The non-disclosure agreement was there to protect the integrity of the bidding process that was established by the vendors and the corporation. Now that we've actually closed on that deal, we are no longer bound by that non-disclosure agreement. That's why the information is being shared publicly at this point, including the price, which is previously is a level of detail that we were not in a position to share. And I'll hand it over now to Caitlin for the second part.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is the information in the report that has now been reported out is intended to encompass the information that was provided to Council in closed session. It is now public. Members may ask questions on that information in open session. Notwithstanding that, members are not permitted to disclose the substance of deliberations that have occurred in closed session. I'll use a comparable example of collective bargaining. While council goes into closed session for collective bargaining, and ultimately the terms of a collective agreement are made public, the substance of council's deliberation on the bargaining mandates remains confidential. So in summary, this information is now public, but members are not permitted to disclose the deliberations that may have occurred in closed session.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Can you clarify exactly when the city agreed to the non-disclosure agreement? And can you just elaborate a bit on to help residents understand why we were only able to make public this plan in November? Like how did that come to be?
So, Mr. Mayor, we signed the non-disclosure agreement back in June of 2025. And we reported out in November. Because there were a number of steps through the bidding process, we reported in November once we were far enough in the process and that we were actually able to negotiate with the vendors, basically terms that would allow us to do some level of public awareness on this, which if we look at the strict terms of the agreement, we were not permitted to do so. So it took us a bit of time to be able to work with the vendors to agree on language in terms of what we could share publicly. Our intent was to try to be as transparent as we could, recognizing the bounds of what we were subject to. But as the clerk indicated, the information that we've provided now is basically the full disclosure of the information that we've collected throughout the process.
Thank you. So at its core, residents have raised concerns about the suitability of the site to develop a landfill, given its Leda clay base. They want to understand what evidence the city has that the site is stable enough for a landfill to hold over 10 million cubic yards of waste, both for the health and safety of their environment and to protect taxpayers from cost overruns related to the site's development in the future. So can you clarify what assessments the city undertook to rule out that the concerns that residents raised about to rule out the concerns that residents raised about the stability of building on Leda clay?
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll respond to that one in three contexts. The first one is the approval authority for the site is the Ministry of the Environment. They are the ones that define the approval process. They're the ones that at the end issued the approvals. And as I mentioned before, there's a reason why it takes 10 to 15 years for a site to go from initial conception to the actual final approvals, is because there are a lot of investigations that need to be undertaken to be able to satisfy the ministry of those requirements. So I would say that that's point number one, is that this site has been approved by the ministry based on all of the technical information that's been gathered on that site. The second point related to the Lita clay and the clay, I would say when you look at a map, a good part of the eastern Ottawa is sitting on Lita clay. So we are very familiar with how Lita clay performs and behaves, and how we mitigate basically the impacts of Lita clay. So it's not something that's just unique to the site. A good part of eastern Ottawa is actually built on Lita clay. So when we do the design, those are definitely elements that we will be taking into consideration. We are not close to a ravine or any slope stability concerns that where typically Lita clay is more of a concern. So it's going to be more around, okay, how do we design the leachate collection system and all that to make sure that basically it will withstand basically the consolidation over time. But those are known things, and those are things that are going to be part of the design itself. And I would also say that as we get into the design, because right now the site has been approved based on some preliminary engineering work in terms of how the site would be designed. We still need to do the detailed design, and that's where we're going to get into the specific details around how do we mitigate the impacts of the clay site. But actually having a clay site is actually a good thing because clays are a lot more impermeable, so water doesn't flow well through clay, so it's actually a benefit to the city. I appreciate the concerns though, but it's something that we are well versed with, and it's something that we'll be able to consider as part of the design. And I would say the last point is related to how we manage the site itself. The city is in the business of managing landfills. We have Trail Road. Trail Road has an improved airspace capacity of 17 million cubic meters, which is basically higher than this site. We understand the regulatory environment. We understand what it takes to be a good neighbor also in terms of the community. And we also appreciate that basically, based on the approvals, we cannot have off-site impacts. So I know there's been a lot of concerns about the groundwater concerns. We need to be able to demonstrate to the ministry that we're going to be able to contain everything within our own site limits. And if not, we need to put additional measures in place to ensure that containment. And that's something that we've had to do at Trail Road. So again, we're not entering into a business that we don't feel qualified or unknown. This is very much part of a core business of the city.
Okay, I heard that we didn't undertake any additional assessments, and I'm just going to ask this again to be sure. So in the delegations, there were several expert scientific and engineering studies referenced that indicate that the development of a landfill on the site is not feasible due to the presence of liquefiable clay in the soil. Did the city or Dillon Consulting review these studies or any studies that were presented as part of the delegation with concerns about the soil itself? It sounds like your answer was that we relied on our own expertise and we know this is okay, but I just want to confirm.
Yeah, part of the engineering consultants that we retained to be able to review the site reviewed basically all of the information that had been gathered on that site, which includes extensive geotechnical and hydrogeological studies. So, and at the end, if this site was not suitable for landfill, it would have never received the approvals from the Ministry of Environment. So that's also an additional level of, it should be an additional level of comfort to the city, is that basically the site has received the approvals that are required by the ministry. We've reviewed the information to make sure that we were satisfied with the information on that site, so that when we undertake the design, we know what parameters we're going to be designing to.
At the end of the due diligence report, it indicates that we were provided with considerations by Dillon Consulting on what the city would need to take into account in order to design and construct a future waste management site. Can you clarify what those considerations were for the future site?
Yeah, I think they're better in terms of what I was indicating. So obviously, we do expect that there's going to be consolidation over time as we develop the landfill. So when we're looking at the leachate collection system, we're also going to have to design the leachate collection system to be able to account for that settlement. So it's that level of detail that Dylan was looking at, but it's also a level of detail that we're going to be getting into once we get into detailed design on this site. So while we have acquired the site, we have acquired the approvals for the site, we're not ready to put a shovel in the ground. There's still a lot of design work that needs to be done before we can actually start to develop that site.
Was there a risk assessment done or any assessment done to determine whether that would, I guess the considerations that they raise would have additional costs compared to a different site's development?
Not per se. I think it's going to be more in terms of when we get into the design, just to make sure that we're building in the proper factors. Like I said, it's one of the big pieces going to be the leachate collection system. But those are things that would be incorporated as part of the design itself, and that would be the case for any site that we're looking at.
I'm just going to switch gears a little bit. I want to thank my colleagues for unanimously supporting the motions that were raised at the Finance Committee, which aim to address the immediate concerns that were raised by residents. So you did mention this a little bit in the presentation, but I just want to be clear with regards to the motions. Can you confirm when the city will execute the human health risk assessment to baseline the location? When will the track and signage review take place? And when we expect to hold the first community liaison committee meeting?
So, Mr. Mayor, I don't have a specific timeline at this point. As I indicated, our focus and attention has been on acquiring the site and closing on that. We will now be turning our attention to how do we move forward. What I will commit to you, councillors, is making sure that you're kept informed through every stage of the process, and there's nothing that's going to be taking place at the site before the community has been made aware of it. But I would say in the coming months, we're going to be able to provide more clarity on timing.
Thank you for that. Regarding the conditions of the sale, so you touched on this in the presentation, but I just want to be really clear. Do the conditions of the sale include any strings attached for Taggart Miller, or do they provide any preferential support for the Taywin development in the area?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Thank you for confirming that. When the permits were initially issued, residents understood that there would be that they were conditional on the development of recycling facility, and also that these permits had expiry dates. So did any of these conditions from the initial permits carry over to the City of Ottawa? What assurances does the city have that there are no legal risks related to the transfer of these permits or approvals?
So, Mr. Mayor, we did consult with the Ministry of Environment to ensure that any conditions on the permits had been met. We received those assurances, so there is no barrier or impediment for the city to be able to move forward based on the approvals that have been given to that site. I will take an opportunity to just add a bit of a clarification on the recycling component, because I know that one keeps coming back. Is because originally the intent was to service the IC&I sector, a sector that does not typically do a lot of recycling. Given that it's the city that's taking it all over, we're able to demonstrate that basically we have a very effective recycling process. So those will be ongoing discussions with the ministry around what does the city's new staging for that site looks like compared to Taggart Miller, but there's nothing, I want to assure you that there's nothing right now in terms of impediments or barriers to the approvals that were given to the site, nor are there any expiry dates.
Okay, thank you. And from the consultation back in 2015, this was a new one for me, I learned this recently. Residents were under the impression that a fund was created to help offset land devaluation. Are you aware of any such fund? And was this something that existed and was actually transferred as part of this arrangement?
Mr. Mayor, I'm looking to my legal colleagues. I'm not aware of that. That's in place. It certainly has not been brought up through the negotiations.
Can you provide, you touched on it a little bit in the presentation, but can you just provide a status update on the commercial leases and the residential tenant that's affiliated with the land parcels? What are the plans for the residential tenant?
Mr. Mayor, I can insist on that. The previous owners have given notice with respect to the commercial lease and the residential lease. The residential lease will continue for a period of 6 months, so we're looking at the summer before any action is taken. But certainly, given now that the city has acquired the parcels of land, the city will look at the conditions consistent with its existing policies through the Realty Services Office and apply those policies in a reasonable fashion.
Okay, thank you. The report describes the pivot from the share purchase to an asset purchase. So can you just clarify, were there any assets or liabilities which the city decided not to assume as part of this? Essentially, was there anything that was left on the table that residents should know about?
No, Mr. Mayor, the transaction actually changed from a share purchase agreement, which, as GM Gontier indicated, was a bit more difficult and challenging for a municipality. So the asset purchase agreement was preferable for the municipality, and the city has obtained what it sought in this acquisition.
Thank you. So I'll just end by saying that I know there's a lot of frustration right now in Carlsbad Springs and the surrounding communities in Russell that will be facing this landfill in the future. They have genuine concerns about the safety of their community, and they do want to understand the full picture. So I will be setting up time to meet and explain and work with them over the coming weeks. Questions are still coming into my inbox that may not have been answered this morning. So after today, what commitment do I have from the city to continue to ensure full disclosure of the facts?
Mr. Mayor, I would say that I'm always accessible. So if there's anything that comes up, that questions that may not have been addressed in this public forum, additional clarification question, more than happy to be able to get them addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skalski. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire. J'ai pas trop compris avec le financement.
I didn't understand very well the funding part. Will there be only one payment, or will we have kind of a mortgage and we'll be paying over a few years?
My apologies, Mr. Mayor, but my translation wasn't on. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I asked, are we taking a kind of mortgage to be able to pay for this, or are we paying this in one shot?
This would be effectively a mortgage, so we're going to issue debt for this, and we'll pay this back over a 40-year time.
A 40-year time frame.
Yeah.
Okay. Et qu'est-ce qui va arriver avec l'ancienne décharge? Est-ce que les deux vont être
What will happen with the old landfill? Will everything be brought to the new landfill? No, the trail road will continue. And as I said in the presentation, we will continue to optimize the capacity at Trail Road. That won't replace the capacity that we had. It will simply increase it. And we'll start using the new site when precisely? Mr. Mayor, we don't have a timeline for now. We'll be looking at that after talking to the community. There's other investments that will have to be done before we can start using the site. So this is something we will be looking at in coming months. It's not going to happen in the weeks or months to come. It's a longer timeline. There's also various approvals that have been obtained for that site, such as soil management, excess soil management. There might be other things that could be taken into consideration in the meantime. But as far as the landfill itself, we're not ready to start to use it.
And I wanted to just give kudos to the ward councillor. I know this has been a big file for you since you came on board, and you've handled it very, very well. And all of your engagement with your residents, I've seen you work on it. It's really exceptional. So kudos to you. Merci.
Merci à vous, Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, I would absolutely echo those comments from my colleague in terms of Councillor Skalski's, the way she's handled this file. It's a tough one, and I certainly share some of her concerns that she's put on the table today and previously. I do have a landfill in my ward, as everyone knows, which was expansion of that landfill was approved within the last decade or around that time. And part of that expansion was a community benefit fund for the community. Multiple wards sitting around this table enjoy the fund. In fact, we've chatted about that just this week. And I have an upcoming public liaison committee where we will be discussing that. But it's been a big part in getting community support and buy-in for the expansion and some compensation in terms of what the effects of that are in your community. Will the City of Ottawa, as the owner of this landfill, be providing a community benefit fund in Councillor Skalski's ward, similar to what is provided by private operators in a similar manner?
So, Mr. Mayor, the short answer is no, but I want to give context as to why it's no. So the reason why there's a community benefits fund that was set up by for waste management is when they did expansion, it was part of the negotiation process because it's a third-party site where they're actually able to bring waste into the city, and it's a way of being able to provide some compensation for the affected owners. We don't have a community benefits fund, for example, set up for trail. This one is really, we own the landfill and we operate the landfill for the broader interest of the community as a whole. So typically we would not be setting up community funds specifically for that. Now, it doesn't mean that when we're looking at developing the site, are there elements that we can incorporate to help to mitigate some of the impacts of the community? Very much those are things that we would be looking at that point.
I would, and I won't speak on behalf of the ward councillor, but I would hope that is explored in terms of providing some sort of financial compensation or incentivization to the affected community that's going to have to deal with the increased traffic and everything that goes along with the new landfill. So hopefully that discussion can continue and you can find a way to support Councillor Skalski's residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skalski, already, it's not committee of the whole, so we're good? Okay. I just had a couple of questions. I know we have the team from KPMG on the line with us today, and I just wanted to ask them to comment on the purchase price vis-a-vis the upper range of what they thought the land, bless you, what the land was worth to the City of Ottawa. If you could just comment on sort of the range of what you expected the purchase price to be or the sale price to be and in comparison with where it landed.
Sure. I'd be happy to comment on that. That range of value was not what we expected the purchase price necessarily to be. It was a thorough analysis to figure out what is the value of the site to us being the city. And there's a lot of inputs that go into determining that value. A big portion of it is what is the cost avoidance if you didn't have this landfill and if you had to go to third-party landfills, because at some point the existing landfill would run out of capacity. So factoring into all those costs helped us determine, and including all the costs to develop the facility, develop the landfill as well. It's not just buying the land. There's significant costs in developing the landfill. So factoring all those in, we looked at, okay, what could the range be that this is potentially worth to the city? And we had built-in contingencies into that. Again, that's separate from what the purchase price should be. This is a open market transaction. So part of that purchase price determination was, as Elaine had mentioned, looking at what the private sector could pay for this facility, assuming how they were going to use it, their costs for them to develop it, the revenues that they could generate from it, and the return on capital that the private sectors would require. So taking that into account, we determined and we developed a purchase price for this facility.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the value to the City of Ottawa that you advised us on, your advice to us was that the value to the City of Ottawa was greater than $95 million. Is that right?
Correct.
And can you put a number on that value? Or
the 110 to 140 is an estimate and the range, and that's influenced by different assumptions of what we're going to do with that facility.
Yeah. So you estimated that the value to the city was in the range of $110 to $140 million, and the purchase price was well below that. Just confirming
Correct.
that.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Monsieur Gontier, could you just talk a little bit about the efforts that you went to during this process to provide as much transparency as possible to residents, despite the restrictions of the non-disclosure agreement?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as I indicated, the reason why we entered into the non-disclosure agreement was because basically it was set up as a third party in terms of the bidding process. Through that, through the agreement that we signed, it was very restrictive in terms of that technically no information was to be shared publicly until a deal had been closed. What we were able to do was to work with basically Taggart Miller, where at some point we indicated that there would be no way that the city would be able to move forward to close a transaction without at least making the public aware that the city was at the table in terms of bidding on it. So that's when we were able to at least get some openness on their part to be able to share the information that we shared back in November, which was not contemplated in a non-disclosure agreement. But it was clear from a city perspective that there was no way that we would be able to close a deal, and then that would be the only time that the community would be aware that we were even part of these negotiations.
So despite the non-disclosure agreement, you were negotiating with and advocating to the seller during the process for more transparency, for the city to be able to disclose more to the public than was initially contemplated by them.
Mr. Mayor, absolutely. And when you look at the November report, you will see that a lot of the information that we're sharing today was also part of the November report. What was not disclosed at the time was predominantly the purchase price. And again, that's because we were part of a bidding process at that stage.
Okay, thank you. And just on the financial side of it, I'll ask our Chief Financial Officer, just to be clear, in the long run, the expectation is that this cost to ratepayers will be within what we expected to spend on solid waste over the coming years. And in fact, with this investment, we will likely spend less. This is actually likely a more cost-effective solution for ratepayers than some of the other options that might have been contemplated. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you again, everyone. So I don't see any more questions. So is that report received? Thank you. We will move to item 14.2, which is our new zoning bylaw. And there are a number of motions. So I'm going to ask councillors to introduce their motions, ideally by reading only the therefore be it resolved portion of those motions. If everyone's okay with that, we'll put the full motions on the screen, of course. But just to get through them quickly, I'll ask for everybody to read the motions in, and then we'll open it up for questions and discussion, and then we will vote as efficiently as possible on the motions. So, Councillor Leeper, I know you have a technical amendment and a staff-initiated motion as well, if you that are seconded by Councillor Brown. If you could introduce those two now.
Thank you. And I've got a lot of motions in a pile, so if I could just ask the staff to go to the be it resolved, I'll read it from the screen. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve appendices to supporting documents 2, 3, and 4 as amended respectively as modifications to those documents, and be it further resolved that supporting documents 2, 3, and 4 as amended to report, the report be revised to incorporate the respective appendices. And be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Okay, and then the second one is regarding expedient hearing, I believe.
Thank you. Therefore, be it resolved that Council direct legal services staff to seek the earliest possible hearing date from the Ontario Land Tribunal following the completion of the appeal period for the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2026-25, so that an order may be given that 1, the unappealed portions of the bylaw may come into force at the earliest possible opportunity, and 2, these portions of the bylaw in respect of which the tribunal may determine that the appeal should be dismissed pursuant to the Planning Act subsection 3425 may come into force at the earliest possible opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. So we'll move now to the remaining motions. And Councillor Leeper, actually, you have one on existing average grade.
Thank you, Mayor. Therefore, be it resolved that the definition of grade in Section 199 of the draft zoning bylaw be amended to state that in the case of any property zoned N1, N2, N3, or N4 within the downtown core, inner urban or outer urban transects, the measurement of existing average grade applies, and be it further resolved that this definition state existing average grade must be calculated prior to any site alteration and based on the average of grade elevations, 1 for an interior lot at the intersection of interior side lot lines with the minimum required front yard and rear yard setbacks of the zone in which the lot is located, and 2 for a corner lot at the intersection of the interior side lot line with the minimum required front yard and rear yard setbacks of the zone in which the lot is located, and at the intersection of an exterior side yard setback with the minimum required front yard and rear yard setbacks of the zone in which the lot is located, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Devine, you have a motion related to increasing N3 maximum units and amending section 708.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read out the therefore be it resolved. Therefore, be it resolved that the N3 zone in Table 801A of the draft zoning bylaw be amended to permit a maximum number of dwelling units of, quote, 2.5 per 100 square meters of lot area, maximum 12 per building, and be it further resolved that Section 708(2) be amended to state that, quote, for every 6 dwelling units provided within a building, at least one must have at least 3 bedrooms or a minimum gross floor area of 80 square meters, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Gower, you have a motion on bike parking?
Yep, and thank you to Councillor Johnson and Councillor Kavanagh. This is combining a few things that people have been working on together. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa's new zoning bylaw be revised to reflect the following changes. Set the number of bicycle spaces at retirement homes to a minimum of 4 spaces with an additional 0.1 per unit above 20 dwelling units. Set the number of bicycle spaces at residential care facilities at a minimum of 4 spaces with an additional 0.1 spaces per unit above 20 residential units. And therefore be it resolved that Table 613B, Row K, that sets out bicycle parking rates for libraries and community centers be modified to require 2 inclusive spaces in addition to the existing requirement for 8 spaces with an additional 1 space per 100 square meters above 500 square meters, and therefore be it resolved that staff conduct a review of bicycle parking provisions in the new zoning bylaw when barrier-free parking requirements are introduced into the zoning bylaw, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor King, you have a motion on EV ownership modeling amendment.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Therefore, be it resolved that recommendation 5 of the report be amended to direct staff to monitor electric vehicle car ownership and report back to Council no later than 2029 and earlier if new information is available. And be it further resolved that staff explore market-driven incentives and potential partnerships as a means to encourage greater implementation of EV-ready infrastructure. And be it further resolved that staff report back to the Environment and Climate Change Committee on these items as part of the broader report back on the city's EV strategy.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Johnson, motion on drive-throughs.
Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to undertake a study evaluating where drive-through facilities may be appropriately permitted within the city, report back with recommendations as part of the work plan for next term of council, and the study should include but not be limited to an analysis of site characteristics such as minimum lot size, lot depth and frontage, and transportation, circulation, and road safety considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Devine on 1200 baseline.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just wait till it's up there. Therefore, be it resolved that the lands at 1200 Baseline Road receive temporary zoning to continue to permit an automobile dealership and associated uses, and be it further resolved that should staff assess that temporary zoning renewal is no longer in the public interest, the ward councillor be notified of staff's assessment so as to be provided with the opportunity to bring the matter to council for consideration prior to a renewal decision being rendered, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Troster on Booth Street zoning.
Thank you. Therefore, be it resolved that the properties along Booth Street between Somerset Street and Albert Street, which are currently zoned R4UB and R4UD, and which are proposed in the draft new zoning bylaw to be zoned as CM1, be amended to be zoned N4B, and that any exceptions be retained, and be it further resolved that pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. And the context is in the whereas clauses.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Hill on high-rise in Barrhaven Town Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Therefore, be it resolved that the lands identified on document 1 are given heights of 100 meters, approximately 30 stories, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper on the Banknote Company.
Thank you, Mayor. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve amendments to the Environmental Noise Control Guidelines and the Noise Bylaw to identify the properties at 35 Laurel Street, 127 Loretta Avenue North, and 131 Loretta Avenue North as Class 4 under the Ministry of Environment Guideline NPC 300.
Thank you. Councillor Troster on revisiting Angular Plain.
Thank you. Therefore, be it resolved that as part of the review of urban design guidelines during the next term of council, staff consult on new approaches to built form transition and revisit reliance on the angular plane, particularly within urban transects and near major transit station areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown on Riverside South Business Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by you on behalf of Councillor Darash. Therefore, be it resolved that the new zoning bylaw be amended to add an exception which adds hotel, office, and place of assembly to the IL, Industrial and Logistics Zone, that applies to the lands in Riverside South Business Park, as shown on document 1 attached to this motion and on file with the City Clerk, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you. Councillor Plante on exempting the maximum building depth provision in downtown core end zones.
Therefore, be it resolved that section 8017F of the new zoning bylaw be amended to state the following. F, despite rows 3 and 7 were located in any area other than Area A, downtown core transect on Schedule A1, the maximum depth of the building is 20 meters, where the building contains no more than 6 dwelling units. In the case of vertically attached dwelling, 3 principal dwelling units. Be it further resolved that pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous. Councillor Carr on the reinstatement of warehouse to 450 Terminal Avenue.
Thank you, Your Worship. Therefore, be it resolved that warehouse be added as a permitted use for 450 Terminal Avenue in the new zoning bylaw, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dudas on 1754 Saint Joseph Boulevard.
Therefore, it be resolved that the principal zone code for these lands be amended from institutional zone to green space zone, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, definitions of automobile service station and auto body shop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Devine. Therefore, be it resolved that staff review the impacts of automobile body shops and automobile service stations and report back in the next term of council concerning whether the impacts associated with automobile body shops are similar enough to those of automobile service stations to allow automobile body repairs to be included within the definition automobile service station in the new zoning bylaw, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Leeper on, how do you pronounce it? Papichi Park? Papichi Park? Okay, go ahead.
Therefore, be it resolved that the zoning definition of 115 Spencer Street, which is Papachi Park, be amended from N4BH11 to GRN, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Kitts on monitoring local road and setback standards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to monitor and evaluate the performance of the city's updated local road and setback standards, including but not limited to 18-meter rows and front yard setbacks with respect to street tree planting and canopy establishment, snow storage and winter operations, sidewalk usability and vehicle overhang conflicts, front yard and on-street parking pressures, and overall neighborhood functionality and livability. And be it further resolved that staff report back by Q1 2028 on the findings of this monitoring, including whether adjustments to standards may be warranted in certain conditions, such as areas with clay soils or other site constraints, and whether alternative approaches to tree planting, including rear yard tree cover, should be considered to better achieve the city's urban forest and community design objectives.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Leeper on end zone single dwelling unit building height.
Thank you very much. And Mayor, I should just point out that this is a replacement motion for the one that I had previously brought on requiring extra units in return for extra density. No longer doing that. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to monitor the number of building permits issued for 3-story single detached units and report back to the committee on the distribution of new single detached units by the number of stories in the next term of council.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly on revised mineral aggregate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That with respect to motion number PHC ARAC 20250714 carried at the December 17th, 2025 joint meeting of Planning Housing Committee and the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee, that the wording of the motion be deleted and substituted with the following text. Therefore, be it resolved that for new and expanding aggregate applications in proximity to sensitive lands, staff amend the terms of reference for technical studies as required by the Aggregate Resources Act and the official plan to demonstrate that potential adverse effects are in accordance with the provincial guidelines, standards, and procedures for land use compatibility, including in the area of study, as prescribed in the Aggregate Resources of Ontario, Technical Reports and Information Standards, and Area of Influence as defined in the City of Ottawa official plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Conseil Plante on Somerset East.
Therefore, be it resolved that the zoning map be amended so that CM1 zone is not applied to Somerset Street East in the new zoning bylaw, and that the following zones be applied. Where a property has a residential R1 R-fine zone in the current bylaw, and the corresponding neighborhood zone may be applied in the new bylaw, and C suffix continue to apply to properties where it applies in the current bylaw. And 2, where a property has a local commercial zone in the current bylaw, the neighborhood mixed use zone be applied in the new bylaw. Be it further resolved that pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous. Are there any other motions? Okay, I will open it up now for questions and comments on the motions and on the bylaw. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to give a speech again. I took up my full 4 minutes and 55 seconds, Councillor Luloff, in the joint meeting, just under the 5-minute limit. But I do have a conceptual question that I need to pose to staff with respect to the interaction of our zoning bylaw with our other master plans. So we have a transportation master plan, we have an infrastructure master plan, parks and recreation master plan that speak to the infrastructure that the city needs in order to support growth. The Federation of Citizens Associations brought their concerns, and sorry, I'm just trying to pull the item up, brought their concerns to the joint committee that the zoning bylaw creates density permissions ahead of when the infrastructure may be sufficient in order to support that density. I know we listened to Councillor Kitts at multiple planning committee meetings with respect to the new builds that are going into her ward in advance of having the transit and the transportation infrastructure that would support that growth. In my own ward, there are concerns that significant new intensity may be allowed before we have the parks or the community facilities that we anticipate having through our master plans. The the sewers, the sanitary capacity, the stormwater capacity may not be in place today, and yet we are providing significant new density permissions through the zoning bylaw. I think what the Federation of Citizens Associations was seeking to do when they spoke to us at the joint committee meeting was to tie the permission to the infrastructure actually being in place. And I wanted to ask staff, is that something that in Ontario's planning framework is allowed? Can council tie new intensification to the achievement of other master plan infrastructure?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. So the zoning here in front of us is a really important milestone for Ottawa because it addresses the inconsistencies that existed in the former cities before we came together in amalgamation. And it also modernizes the framework to try to encourage the right kind of development in the right kind of places to make it easier for housing to get built. You can use things like a holding, an H on zoning. Usually it is done in very strategic and precise locations. So for example, if you have an area where there is insufficient water or wastewater capacity to connect, then development may get through a planning process, but you put H on it to wait for the infrastructure to catch up. But typically it is the municipality's responsibility to make sure these master plans work together. And I think the work that we are doing across departments and will continue to do into the next term is really looking at, we have a transportation plan, we have a master servicing plan, a parks plan, all these plans that you mentioned, they all have a very long time frame. And just because you enable that development in zoning doesn't mean it's all going to happen overnight. The problem is there's a lot of market forces that we've talked about here at committee and council before that you can't control as a city. So one of the things you're going to see happen over the next couple of months is that we're going to publish, using the data we have around building permits and planning approvals, we're going to publish maps to show where we're actually seeing development happening on the ground. Where are we expecting that next construction where it is fully enabled? It is using the information that's already available in the housing development dashboard, but trying to make that visual on a ward by ward basis so that people can see what's going on. And that's an important input for us to then, we have long-term plans, but we also need to be looking at where is the growth pressure actually realizing itself on a case-by-case basis. Which parts of the city are actually seeing growth so that we can then make sure that as we move annual and multi-year budget proposals that we are aligned with considering where the market is actually going. So I think that the way to address what the FCA is concerned about is, one, to acknowledge that is a concern we have too. We do have legislative responsibilities to make sure we have 3 years of serviced land available, but we've got to make sure that we're putting our infrastructure investment, our parks investment, our transportation investment into the places that are going to be important in our long-term planning, but also reflecting where the reality is hitting the road and where we're starting to see that pop of development happening, because that will not be spread evenly regardless of the enabling provisions that are before you.
I appreciate that answer, and I think it does bring some clarity. I have two further questions on the same subject, and the first of which is to clarify the relationship between the financing for growth infrastructure, which is development charges, and the pace that moves in comparison to the intensification that is enabled by the zoning bylaw. They don't necessarily work hand in hand, I don't believe.
Through the mayor, in October when council unanimously passed over 50 recommendations related to planning, zoning was a big part of that, but so was a commitment to do a comprehensive review of our development charges. That's slated to be done in 2027, and we're working closely with our partners in finance to support that review. So I do think that is a part of the answer here in terms of how the the development charge framework will be updated in the next iteration. And I think that it's sometimes easier to think about development charges in areas of the city where you're just seeing development where there was no development before, and it's more of a greenfield scenario. It's a little bit messier and harder to calculate when you're talking about intensification across areas where you have a lot of existing infrastructure that's probably reaching close to its end of life and would benefit a lot of the existing residents as well. So that's what that development charges review would look at, is that balance between what is the benefit to existing and should be paid by the taxpayers and what is actually creating new costs based on development and therefore should be paid for through the DCs. So that work is ongoing and will come before council in 27.
I appreciate that. The last question I have on this subject is with respect to the FCA's concern around livability in neighborhoods and the availability of what they're terming social infrastructure. So they are concerned that there is no legal link between the zoning and the social infrastructure that they've identified as things like parks and schools, libraries. If council chose, could it hold zoning permissions on the basis that the number of parks are not where the master plan suggests it should be, or if there is no new library, or if there is no school that is going to service new neighborhoods and new development?
I might need some help as to whether or not we have the legal ability to do that. But what I would say is that there are other mechanisms that we are doing to achieve that outcome. We talked about a budget, bringing forward a master plan for public realm work, recognizing that as we see intensification, we're going to want to make sure that we have the right amenities to have people gather and encourage local business to spark where there is the market to do so, and that this applies whether you're in a rural community, a suburban community, or an urban one. Where, you know, my colleague is looking at the parks plan. We, as planners, we feel very strongly that livability is part of what we're trying to do. The zoning bylaw, I will admit, is one of our drier examples of what a planner can achieve. It is very legalistic sounding and very dense in terms of the language, although kudos to our staff who have made this so much more simple compared to what it was before and what you see in other municipalities. So this is a generational difference in terms of readability, but it still is pretty dry in that it's focused on the technical aspects of what the massing and what you're allowed to build in what particular location at what particular height with what, you know, setbacks. And so that's what it's focused on. But it's just the beginning. And what you see is that the differences we have in terms of minor corridors, major corridors, how we look at transit stations, how we look at neighborhoods, the N3 versus the N4, that is the beginning of what becomes the social fabric that we focus on, because we're articulating a vision of a type of density and a type of urban form that is place-based, that is geography sensitive, and then you can layer in an analysis of what are we doing from a green space perspective, what are we doing from a parks perspective, and I think that's the exciting work to come as departments across the city come together and try to realize the benefit that density brings with more people and a concentration to make sure that that's a livable community that we all want to be part of.
Yeah, and I will just say we have seen the link between density and things like public realm and social infrastructure improvement in Kitchissippi Ward. With the density, we've been able to acquire parcels of land in order to expand and create new parks that have proven to be wildly popular. We've seen the opening of the William Commanda Bridge, which is a great space, obviously. You know, throughout the ward, the density has not gone without investments in public realm and the improvement of the quality of life for residents. So I am very happy to pass this new comprehensive zoning bylaw today, and I feel very confident that as the intensification comes, unlike how I felt 4 or 5 years ago, that we will have the slow improvement of the public realm and of the social infrastructure and awards to support that new growth. So thank you very much for all of those answers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. A question about just one operative clause in one of the motions. I don't know if this will be to staff or to the mover, but in the motion, the Divine Plant motion that seeks to amend 708.2 for every 6 dwelling units provided within a building, that one must have at least 3 bedrooms or a minimum gross floor area of 80 square meters. I know that the current draft of the zoning bylaw is 15% of dwelling units, and we're looking to sort of change that into a more hard number. Would I be interpreting correctly that this will sort of actually make it better in terms of setting, have every few units go into become 3 bedrooms instead of sort of limiting it to 15% of units?
Through the chair or through the mayor, yes, that would be the result.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Your Worship. I spoke to the new zoning bylaw committee, but I wanted to offer just a few final thoughts before we vote. First, I want to thank staff for the multi-year work behind this comprehensive update. It is detailed, technical work, at times dry, but not always, Marcia, and it will shape Ottawa for decades. I also want to acknowledge the residents, community associations, and stakeholders who engaged throughout this process. People took the time to read, ask questions, and share local experience, and that input has strengthened what we have before us today. This bylaw is really going to matter. It's one of the most important planning tools Council adopts, and it will influence what gets built, where it gets built, and how neighborhoods function for the next generation. It is about housing, yes, but it's also about the local jobs, small businesses, and whether we build communities that are easier to live in day to day. Overall, I support this direction for this new zoning framework. It modernizes outdated rules, supports more housing choice, and provides clear, more consistent regulations across the city. And it also supports our broader goal around climate resilience, transit-oriented development, and building complete communities where more daily needs can be met closer to home. For suburban communities, flexible zoning is not just a planning exercise, it's also an economic opportunity. It makes it easier for neighborhood-scale retail, services, and professional offices to locate closer to where people live. That's good for small business, and it's also good for families trying to juggle work and life, and it helps to reduce the need for long trips across the city. On housing, enabling a broader range of housing types, including missing middle and mixed-use development in the right locations, is how we create more options for residents at different stages of life. It's also how we help young families stay in their community, and how we give seniors real options to downsize nearby, and how we make room for the next generation. In Orleans, residents have been clear with me. They want more local jobs, more services, and more amenities, so they don't have to leave the East End for everything. They also want more housing options close to those opportunities. That's why I was proud to champion the Orleans Economic Corridor study and secondary plan last term. It sets a long-term vision for complete mixed-use, transit-oriented communities along the corridor, especially around current and future LRT stations. The goal is simple: to bring housing and employment closer together, to support small businesses and create places that are walkable, connected, and built for the future. This new zoning bylaw is a key step in turning that vision into a reality. It provides the regulatory foundation for growth in the corridor and for more complete communities across Ottawa. As we move from vision to implementation, we also need to be honest that different parts of Ottawa are starting from different places, and this bylaw will land differently depending on local context. So while I support the overall directions, I want to reiterate the concern I raised at committee about the blanket removal of minimum parking requirements, especially in suburban communities like Ward 1. In some parts of the city, living without a car is realistic today. In much of Orleans, we're not quite there yet until we have transit that residents can truly depend on. Many people, including family shift workers and those traveling longer distances for work or services, will still need a vehicle. And for them, it's not a lifestyle choice, it's simply the reality of how they get through their week. My concern is not about resisting change. It's about making sure implementation reflects the world that we're living in right now. If parking minimums are removed in areas where car ownership remains common, the demand does not disappear. It can shift into neighborhood streets, and that can create real challenges, blocked sightlines, tighter corners, and safety concerns for pedestrians and cyclists. These are not abstract issues. Residents are already raising them with active development applications in Ward 1. At the same time, I support zoning changes that help Ottawa meet its housing targets, provided growth happens in the right places and is supported by the right infrastructure. Higher densities should be focused near transit and employment corridors, including the economic corridor in Orleans, and zoning changes must be matched with continued investment in transit service, traffic management, active transportation, and the infrastructure that we rely on. I fully recognize that reduced or eliminated parking minimums make sense in locations well served by rapid transit, including along the LRT corridor and at future stations. That is where long-term mode shift is most realistic, and I support that approach. But for fast-growing suburban communities, we need a context-sensitive lens, one that supports where we are trying to go while staying grounded in today's conditions, and one that is responsive when issues arise on the ground. So in closing, I support the direction of this new zoning bylaw and the role that it will play in creating more affordable, economically resilient, and livable Ottawa. Implementation will be key, however. It has to reflect the real differences between neighborhoods across the city. And for Ward 1, my message is clear. We welcome growth, we support density in the right places, and we want more local jobs and small business opportunities. And we expect infrastructure and services to keep pace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Gower.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I have a couple questions, couple comments. On the Plant-Brown motion, Somerset East, not a minor corridor. That minor corridor designation comes from the official plan designation of minor corridors, is that right?
That is correct.
And in staff's view, is there anything significantly different from that part of Somerset East from other minor corridors that are designated as such?
I'll let Royce answer.
So, Mr. Mayor, the minor corridor designation, there's one designation in the official plan. However, different minor corridors, the zoning today may be different depending on the minor corridor. This one happens to be in our R4 zone today.
And so what does staff see as the implications if that that designation was changed?
So, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the official plan designation will not change. It's just implementing zoning. So the minor corridor will be there in official plan. This, the motion is asking, instead of the implementing minor corridor zone, CM, in the new bylaw, it would go to the relevant neighborhood zone. So there may be a height reduction from what would be 6-story maximum in the minor corridor zone versus 4-story if it went to an N4 zone, as an example.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's inconsistent with how we've dealt with other minor corridors where there have been neighborhood concerns. So I won't support that one. Another question. So I'll just give you an example. We actually had a Stittsville, a small business, contact us last week. Under the current zoning bylaw, they have a minimum requirement of 18 parking spaces. And there's a significant change in this. Once this zoning bylaw is enacted, there is no minimum. In fact, their maximum is 7. That's a pretty big difference. And they're trying to determine whether they go to committee of adjustment now to amend that requirement for 18 spaces, or whether they wait a little bit to take advantage of the new zoning bylaw. But they're questioning, is that going to be a couple weeks they need to wait, a few months? Can staff just clarify, not specific to this business, but in general, what's realistic that we can tell businesses or builders how long it's going to be before most of these new provisions will be in effect?
Mr. Mayor, when we last did this in 2008, the bylaw was enacted, as I recall, on June the 25th, 2008. A similar resolution to what was being asked to be passed today was passed then. The tribunal gave us a multi-day, what's now called a case management conference within 4 months.
Okay.
And so we had large swaths of the bylaw coming into force in October 2008. The Ontario Land Tribunal is actually a little bit more prompt than the Ontario Municipal Board was in 2008. So there is reason to be hopeful that we will get a date in July or August to bring the bylaw into force.
Okay, no guarantees, but that's a reasonable time frame that we could expect. Yeah. Okay, just comment. This has been a long journey. I think I'd call the start in 2019. I think it was almost 7 years ago exactly. There was a meeting at one of the rooms upstairs to kick off the official plan work, and this is really an extension of that. And I feel like it's like one of those action movies where there's a spaceship trying to get to Earth, and they've been hit with all sorts of obstacles. You know, the provincial changes we've seen are like asteroids hitting and knocking off a wing, and I feel like we're almost back into the atmosphere, and you know, we're running out of fuel and just barely getting back, but we're almost there. And I just want to say a thank you to all of the city staff over the past 7 years who've been involved in this and taking us to where we are. All of the residents, community groups, industry associations who have provided feedback. Thank you to councillors. In contrast to other cities where many of these issues have been acrimonious issues that have divided councils, I think this has been a very, very collaborative process. So thank you to everyone who's been involved. And just finally, we've spent so much time going through a fine-tooth comb on angular planes and minimum setbacks and all the technical details. We have to keep centering this on people. This is about giving people more choice about where they live, being close to jobs and schools, and making sure they can live affordably in our city as we continue to grow. So thank you to everyone, and I'm glad we're just about at the finish line here. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Hill?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I do want to echo some of the words that Councillor Gower just mentioned. I think for such a heavy and complicated file as an overall zoning bylaw, I'm extremely appreciative of the fact that we've had the opportunity to have numerous engagements with community associations, with stakeholders, with developers, and around the table to get to a point where we have 80-some motions on the table and a zoning bylaw that I think is going to meet the call for our future city's development and for our growth. The concern that I would like to raise is one of supply and demand. And I just want to highlight, and we're not going to solve this issue in this meeting, but going forward, what I believe we're achieving through this zoning bylaw is we're going to allow for greater permissions for density. We're going to allow for greater opportunities for supply within the city so that opportunities for development, opportunities for density, and opportunities for housing can be established. But that doesn't necessarily mean that those opportunities will be actioned. And we do see incidents today where we have permits are issued and there's no development. And the concern that I have is that despite the opportunities for greater housing achievement, which we desperately need, housing as a principal issue in the cost of living crisis that we have right now, we need to address it. And I think this adequately meets the issue of housing supply option. But the concern I have is that if we are at the same time enabling and supporting policies at the municipal, provincial, federal levels that disincentivize landlords, property owners, homeowners from expanding their property portfolios through punitive policies, that we are going to enter into a place where we have the opportunity to see gentle intensification across the missing middle, where we have the opportunity to see tower development along the transit line, but that we won't see that realized because when the business case is being analyzed by those small, medium, larger corporations that are interested in doing the development and then managing those properties, they will look at the downside risk that comes with the landlord-tenant board, the backlogs, the policies on evictions, the policies on vacant unit tax, and they will do the math and determine that, in fact, despite having the zoning opportunity, they will not action it because the business case is not there. So going forward, I just want to put on the table that I think that's the next chapter in this discussion on housing and the importance of housing is not just the opportunity to create the housing, it's how we're enabling those property owners, property management companies, landlords to actually exercise that opportunity so that we can increase the housing stock in the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Just before we go any further, I just wanted to confirm with Councillor Plante that the motion that you read in regarding exempting maximum building depth provision in downtown core end zones, you've withdrawn that motion. Is that correct?
Yes, we're only keeping 88. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And the first thing I'll do is echo my colleagues' sentiments to staff in terms of their commitment, dedication, and extremely hard work that you've undertaken over the last few years to make this happen. And you did it in a pretty tough climate coming out of a pandemic with many, many provincial changes in terms of policies around development. And so thank you very much for the work that you've done and on a tough file. Obviously, intensification and finding ways to provide more affordable units in the city of Ottawa is something I support, particularly, and it's not a secret around this table that I'm opposed to urban boundary expansions, particularly into my ward, gobbling up beautiful rural land. So I'm supportive of policies that would lead to more intensification in the city along transit. So I support that. However, I will go back to some of the comments of my colleague, Councillor Luloff, when it comes to the lack of minimum parking. This is a city that I navigate every single day in my vehicle. I don't spend a lot of time in the East End, but anywhere between here and the border of Arnprior, you could probably find me on a daily basis. So I put a lot of kilometers on my car in the city and drive through a lot of different neighborhoods. Every morning I drive through Councillor Curry's ward, taking my daughter to daycare. You see cars parked on lawns, people who have put in interlock on their lawns so that they can now park on that. And that is with the old parking minimums that we've had. So I do shudder to think what things will look like when these developments are built without any minimum parking standards. We have to build a city that is affordable and livable, and I think a lot of these policies will lead to that. I think we're also responsible for building a city that is livable and navigable. And I navigate the city in a car, along with, I think, 78% of the residents in the city of Ottawa. So I'm not happy with the lack of minimum parking. And I think in the process, we've forgotten about people, the many, many people who require a vehicle, families with children in sports and extracurricular activities, personal support workers, the people in the trades who build these units, who have to get their tools to their job site, absolutely need to use a car on a daily basis, and we need to make space for those people to do that. So I guess my question would be for the clerk, how would a councillor dissent on something that is not in a report? So there's no minimum parkings in there, so there's nothing really for me to dissent on. How do I make my displeasure clear when it comes to voting time on that particular piece?
So, Mr. Mayor, there's not really a procedural mechanism to dissent on a matter that is not before council. So a member may highlight as you just have done, in their 5 minutes. They could decide to symbolically dissent on a portion of the report, but it would have no force and effect if there's nothing before the council to be considered.
Well, then I'll let everyone know that I dissent on the fact that there is no minimum parking standards in the report. And again, thank and congratulate staff for their efforts on this file. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So certainly it sounds like we're all jumping in to say the same sort of points here, but without a doubt, this team who has pulled this off over the last 3 years, I mean, zoning spicily, and your team, Carol, under your leadership, has been decidedly cool and have brought that calm to the conversation where people are feeling frightened and overwhelmed sometimes. The language is foreign, the subject matter is new, and you've been able to guide everyone through it with a very cool head. And as a redhead Sagittarius, I deeply admire that. So, I'd also like to thank the public for their input because there's, as others have said, there are not many subjects that are as complex and sometimes dry, but also as extremely important as the zoning bylaw. This implements big moves that were decided in the previous term of council, and now we will start to hopefully see some of those implemented changes in our own neighborhoods. It's always a challenge to engage residents in reviews like this, but many have made the effort in many different formats over the last few years, and certainly for my colleagues that were on the sponsors group, that was very important to us to see, and I appreciate your participation on the sponsors group to my colleagues and the ways that we have tried to engage thoughtfully with residents. For College Ward, for our mature neighborhoods, it's been the refrain that I've been trying to bring to the table many, many times. Our mature neighborhoods will be the Delta Club. We will see the greatest change, and we will see zoning implications that have been unprecedented in those R1 neighborhoods, and residents are nervous. They're nervous that the services and the infrastructure will not keep pace with the new implementation of that intensification. And I am here to reassure residents that I will continue fighting for those investments. Change can be good or change can be hard. And what I really want to see is for our neighborhoods is that they thrive as they grow. And this bylaw can help to make that happen. We continue to see a gap between the growth allowed in the zoning bylaw and the investment in the services needed to support that growth. And we can't have one without the other when we're looking for a livable community. We better make sure we have the parks and the transit and the schools and all the other infrastructure and services that those additional residents require and deserve. I'm not sure we're making that happen yet. And so I fear that there will still be dissatisfaction among current and future residents. But I do want to make clear for those who say, I'll stop growth, let's press the reset button, let's go in our time machines. We're definitely going to see some of those voices get louder this year. Those are promises that cannot be kept. Provincial planning regulations are directing us to grow. Ottawa still has a quality of life that is meaningful for people across the country, and they are choosing to live here. And our official plan has made the right choice to grow up and not to grow out for financial and environmental reasons. So it's better to acknowledge the impacts of growth, to improve our services, than to stick our collective heads in the sand and ignore our community's needs. And I've continued to tell residents in the West End, sorry to make a sort of compare and contrast with other neighborhoods, but I'm glad we're going after Westboro. I'm glad we're going after the East End, sorry. But I think we have the opportunity to have some very sensitive, balanced investment in infrastructure and the housing that we built. We're going to be able to hopefully do this responsively and collaboratively with residents. So I support the zoning bylaw. I support the growth it supports. And I hope by supporting it too, that everyone around the table is prepared to support the investments that this growth will require, particularly in the city's mature neighborhoods like College Ward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kitts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll echo what Councillor Gower said about collaboration. I think the discussion around this table has been very rich, and it has been a pleasure to serve on the working group alongside you and Councillor Johnson, Councillor Hill, Councillor Leeper. Lots of interesting, mind-bending discussions that I won't necessarily miss. But staff really do deserve praise on this for the tremendous amount of work that has gone into it. It's a complex, technical, and at times contentious exercise. And like many of my colleagues appreciate the professionalism and the diligence that you've brought to it. And of course, we're all grateful to members of the public who sunk their teeth into something that is very challenging to fully understand, but is very impactful to communities. So that public input was necessary, and we thank those members that stepped up to voice their concerns for their communities. I've always approached this file with a degree of trepidation, because anytime we undertake a change of this magnitude, one that will shape how the city grows for decades into the future. We have to get it right. And this is one of the most powerful tools we have to influence where housing is built, what kind of housing is built, and ultimately what kind of city we become. And my particular focus through this process has been shifting the burden of growth away from greenfield development. For years, communities like Orleans South, Barrhaven, Stittsville, Canada, and Finley Creek have been carrying the day when it comes to housing starts. These areas have absorbed enormous growth ahead of complete transit, amenities and services. So Councillor Leeper, I'm still a broken record in case you're worried. But my hope is that through this new zoning framework, we will have meaningfully reallocated or redirected housing growth towards areas that can better support it. Places that are close to transit, close to existing amenities, and capable of being more complete communities that will deliver a better quality of life for the people that live there. And I've been clear, if this exercise does not do that, then in my opinion, we have failed. And there is still a great deal of uncertainty around how the market will respond to these changes. And that unknown is what gives me the most pause on this file. But as Councillor Johnson rightly just said, we have no choice but to move on it because of the conditions the provincial and federal governments have put in place. And there is a lot of good that can come from this as well. So my expectation is that Council will continue to monitor outcomes closely and be prepared to make adjustments if the results do not align with the intent. And I certainly hope that my own view on what that intent should be has been very clear. So with that in mind, I do have some questions on the motions. So number 63, Booth Street zoning, number 83, Papatchee, and number 88, Somerset East, which has already been responded to. Those to me do feel like they are limiting units in places that are well served by transit and amenities. So I just would like a staff comment on Booth and Papatchee, please.
Through the mayor, so I think the first question was regarding Booth Street. Is that correct?
Yeah, just Booth Street and Papatchee, those two, those are the ones that I fear are limiting units in areas that are well served by transit and amenities.
Councillor Kitts, I'm happy to speak to it also in my following comments too.
Okay, I'll get a staff comment first, thanks.
So through the mayor, the lands along that corridor that you mentioned are designated as a minor corridor, as Royce mentioned. There are development rights under that designation in the official plan. The request has been to not implement the minor corridor zone in this location. I think it's three or four blocks. I will provide comment that along all corridors designated in the official plan as minor corridors, we did not uniformly apply a minor corridor zone. There were various reasons why and circumstances that we did not. For example, say for instance, there's a 30 centimeter reserve on a plan of subdivision that backs onto the minor corridor. Well, that did not make sense to rezone those lands as commercial. So there were a variety of reasons why, in circumstances that we did not apply a minor corridor zone. In this case, yes, you are right. There would be less development potential. There would be lower building heights, and there would not be mixed use in this case. And that would be the difference between the N4 zone, which still provides quite intense development in low-rise apartment buildings, as opposed to a minor corridor zone that would permit increased height and mixed use. And then regarding the park that you mentioned, my understanding is that is land that was purchased by the city and is being developed as a park at this time.
So staff are supportive of both the motions. Don't see any issues.
what I would say about the park item is that, yes, we can support that. It's appropriate for land that has been set aside as a park to have a GRN zone. That is fine, and that is correct and in alignment with how we've treated similar lands. Regarding the minor corridor zone, that the zone that is being requested is not the zone that we would be using, that we would represent the minor corridor designation. However, I cannot say that we have been using the minor corridor zone uniformly on all lands that are in the minor corridor designations. We did make decisions for specific reasons because of the context along the minor corridor. As I mentioned, to plan a subdivision that backs onto a street for a lengthy, number of blocks, that we did not use the zone. So it is not directly in alignment, but we are not objecting. However, it is not in alignment with the minor corridor designation.
Okay, thank you for that. And if the ward councillors want to comment, that's fine.
You're responding to Councillor Kitz's question effectively as movers of the motions. Okay, go ahead.
Correct. And I'm on the list next anyway, so I was going to do that. Okay, so thanks so much, Councillor Kitz. I just wanted to explain to you, if I'd read the whereas clauses, it might have been more clear. This is not all of Booth Street. From the 417 all the way to Somerset would continue to be mixed use. But if you know that hill that goes down Booth Street to LeBreton Flats, that's a very, very steep hill. It's even more than 45 degrees. There was some concern because of the steepness of the hill, and most of those homes are built right into the hill, that there's not a good opportunity for pulling over for deliveries or anything like that. There is already mixed-use commercial at the bottom of the hill that was exempted by CCOC, and there is retail there. It's really just 2 blocks, and it's 2 blocks that are already really well served in terms of commercial by Preston and by Somerset and by Albert Street. So it was just a very, very small carve-out, and it's not all of Booth Street by any stretch of the imagination. If anything, it has to do with the very specific geography of that piece of the road, because it's actually pretty hard to stop and to park there for deliveries. So I hope that is helpful. So I just wanted first.
Sorry. Just I'm treating that as you responding to Councillor Kitz's question. I don't know, Councillor Leeper, did you want to say anything?
Very briefly, Papachi Park is a park. It was a residential lot that we purchased with cash in parkland money. And I think residents are just seeking the assurance that it will remain a park in perpetuity, if at all possible. It's a residential lot, so I think a 50 by 100. We've got a play structure on there. Volunteers have put in Kitchissippi Ward's most recent puddle rink. It is absolutely delightful, and I think park zoning for a park is quite appropriate.
Great,
Thanks,
thank you both for that. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. First of all, I want to echo my gratitude to Carol Reddy and team. You have done a remarkable job on this work, and also you're incredible communicators. You've been so open and receptive when people have brought concerns to you, and I really hope that our residents see themselves in this zoning bylaw and see the changes that they help to impact. So thank you so much. I want to talk about some of the really bold moves that we are taking here with this zoning bylaw. Something that we did before considering this bylaw as a whole, it was just a few months ago, we changed the shelter permission so any neighborhood can have a shelter in it, which is really important to the downtown core because we all need to be doing our part to help people who are struggling. I'm here to speak in favor of abolishing parking minimums. It's always so interesting to me that people are willing to let the market decide certain things, but not parking. We know developers will develop a pro forma that meets the needs of who they want to attract. But we also know that the cost of parking can significantly drive up the cost of housing. And if we are building these mixed-use neighborhoods, and if we want people to work in the coffee shops and in the grocery stores that are in those neighborhoods, we need that housing to be more affordable. And abolishing parking minimums is one of the ways that we do that. On the whole, this zoning bylaw is about less sprawl and more housing in existing neighborhoods. It is about addressing the housing crisis. And it means I don't have to sit through another planning and housing meeting ever again where people come and say, I know we need more housing, but just not here, just not on my street. It's on your street and on my street and on everybody's street because it's a city for everyone. We no longer have to sit through planning meetings that essentially become a referendum on who gets to live there. We all get to live in our city. It belongs to all of us.
But I do think we need to have a conversation. If growth is not paying for growth, and I know Councillor Kitts has been one of the biggest advocates about, talking very openly about transit and transportation infrastructure not keeping up with growth, we have to have a conversation about taxes, especially if we're also looking at potentially reducing development charges. Because every budget becomes a fight between whose community is getting the infrastructure when we all need it. Every community needs those things to grow. We all need roads. We all need transit. We all need community centers and libraries and all of those things that turn housing into a real neighborhood. So once again, I'm here as an emissary of the urban core to say more neighbors is a great thing. I keep talking about this example, but when the density tipped to a certain point, a few months ago, we got a new grocery store in North Centertown, and that Food Basics is wildly popular. And I can't tell you the legions of people who come up to me to say thank you for the grocery store. I was not directly involved in causing the grocery store to open, but we were as a city by approving that housing. But I also want to warn that we can't rely on supply alone to solve the housing affordability crisis. We need to be making those deep investments in nonprofit, permanent, affordable housing, and that needs to be matched with strong tenant protections. If the market alone was enough to provide affordable housing, why are we losing 33 naturally occurring affordable apartments for everyone that we build? That is because of provincial vacancy decontrol, and that is why we are considering something like a renovictions bylaw. Increases in supply need to be paired with fair treatment of tenants and a protection of our existing housing stock. So I'm incredibly proud to vote for this bylaw today. I think it's a huge amount of progress, and I'm really proud of how this council has handled it. And, I think this is our city growing up and growing up in a very good way, and it is a perfect example of how often very rural and very urban interests are aligned, because neither of us want more sprawl. We want more development within existing communities. That is how we build a sustainable city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to give my thanks again to the team of Carol Ruddy and her entire team. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Really appreciate the very quick responses because we're just completely inundated with questions from our residents, and you've got back to us very quickly, and we've been able to get solutions. So appreciate that very, very much. Bay Ward is going to be heavily affected by the zoning bylaw. We're already in progress of having 7 new transit stations going through just our ward, and that means growth. And the goal is how to have housing, particularly for families, because that is what I'm hearing from the most. And they're having a tough time to live in our wonderful neighborhoods. These are neighborhoods that have schools, they have parks, not enough parks, but they have some, and they can't find a place to live that they can afford. And that's just wrong. So hopefully we can get more housing in there, and particularly larger units. And I can emphasize the fact that we need definitely nonprofit housing, and we need to see that growth because the affordability is a huge problem. So when I look at what's going on in my ward, and I know what's going on across the city, is the infrastructure needs to keep up as well. And that includes parks, and we're working on that. But I'm quite aware that the sewage and stormwater concerns are there as well. So we could put all this in place and not have the capacity to do that. So those are things that have to be watched for in the future. This was a very tight timeline. And the reason it was a tight timeline was because this wasn't just our idea. We didn't decide, oh, let's change everything. We had legislation put upon us by the province, and we had direction from the federal government. Create more units, make it so. And so we had to find the rules of the game, and that's what we did together. And I appreciate the cooperation of everyone because, as has been said, we need more intensification. Intensification is the right thing to do, but we want to see that whole package, not just the housing. People want to see the walkability. They want to see the networks of sidewalks and cycle infrastructure. to get to those stations and to get to work and everywhere else. By the way, I have to mention we need more winter maintenance to get to those stations. I watched this morning people climbing over snow piles. So that's important, and that means working with the NCC. But there's lots that has been done and has already been said. This is just the start. We have to look at the infrastructure and encourage the commercial that goes with this. We need more small business. We need small business to have places to work, and we need them integrated into our communities to make them livable. I look forward to that. We have some of that right now. We don't want to lose it as we grow, so we have to encourage it. So I appreciate all the work that's been done, and just want to thank everyone for their cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my pleasure to speak to this item today, and again to thank staff for their efforts and expertise on this long journey. As I mentioned before, we had discussed an urban boundary expansion to start off. There were 5 white papers to engage the public before the OP came out, the multi-year OP process, and now the comprehensive zoning bylaw review. And the question's been, how do we welcome, accommodate, and house 400,000 more people over the next 30 years? We did the high-level policy with the official plan. Now is the how. How do we actually do it? That's why we've taken the time to go through this process. And as a city councillor that represents mature communities, it's always been a balance. You need to respect existing neighborhoods. You need to respect people who have lived in this city for decades and contributed to this city and who have built neighborhoods. R1 neighborhoods are important. But also at the same time, we need to provide a planning framework for the city to grow, to modernize, to provide the ingredients for high quality neighborhoods. That's what I want to see, what my residents want to see. And it's called a comprehensive review for a reason. All neighborhoods will be impacted. As I said before, a planning tsunami is coming, and the challenge really throughout this process, regardless of how long we've been at it, there are still people today who have no idea that this comprehensive zoning bylaw review has taken place or how their immediate communities will be impacted. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but in the years to come, in established, mature neighborhoods, there are significant changes coming. So the fear of the unknown and the fear of how neighborhoods will change and look and feel is legitimate for people to raise and put on the table. Our job is to explain how this will roll out. So thank you to River Wards community associations, environmental groups, residents, and tenant and homeowner groups who have engaged over multiple years. It's outstanding. In May of last year, I hosted a standing room only session at the Jim Durrell Center, where community came out in full force to understand. We've talked about this literally at community association meetings almost every month, and it's been in every publication I produce to try and raise awareness of why this is important. The removal of the minimum parking requirement, I think there's legitimate concern that people have with this. I understand the theory behind it. We've already seen infill where some landlords have gone without parking, and it does cause issues. And so people who have raised this as a concern, to me at least, are talking about, well, we need this balance. We understand that providing parking that's not needed is expensive. It's reflected in the rent or mortgage payments. At the same time, we don't want city streets to become parking lots. So on that note, I do have a direction for staff that I would like to read in at this time. And that is that the GM of Planning, Development and Building Services report back to the Planning and Housing Committee by Q2 2029 about the removal of minimum parking requirement for residential developments with respect to how it is working in practice and whether any changes or improvements are recommended by staff. So this gives us sufficient time, about a 4-year timeline, to actually see the initiative in practice, to identify any concerns that come up, and then have the committee receive a report from the GM at that time. So I think that's important for us to follow up on. Just on some questions as well on some of my colleagues' motions, the Gower and Johnson motion about bike parking talks about the ratio needed at community centers and libraries. Is this retroactive? Will city facilities that don't have this parking ratio at this time have to make changes, or is this going forward for new builds?
Through the mayor, this would not be retroactive, so it would just be for new development.
Okay. Obviously, if the local councillor wants additional bike parking, they can work with staff and get that done. Okay. On the Dudas King motion, this is regarding the St. Joseph Boulevard property. The amendment to the zoning for green space, that does not impact any future development of the site. This is just a reflection that green space is currently being used as green space, and we just want the zoning to reflect what it's actually being used for.
Through the mayor, yes, it would reflect that it is green space today. And as was mentioned earlier, the changes that were made at committee, should they pass, would allow for the transition house of the existing building to that transitional use for newcomers would be allowed as of right. So that doesn't change if the designation changes. Should there be any intensification of that site, additional housing development, affordable housing, whatever, it would require a rezoning.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. And finally, Mayor and colleagues, I'll just point out, I'd like to thank the support of the joint committee for their support of the motion with respect to the Southern Corridor lands that Councillor Johnson and I moved that motion. We appreciated the support there and appreciate that that be upheld today with the council's vote. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So just for some general comments on the zoning bylaw as a whole. So throughout the term, my office and my team has operated under what we call a mission statement. And that mission statement, very simply, is if growth in the city is as inevitable as it is, then our mission statement is to advocate for and advance policies and decisions that help to manage that growth in a way that is as forward-thinking, as just, and as responsible as possible. And for me, the zoning bylaw is a perfect manifestation of that. So for which I'm proud to support it, this historic document. I also want to, so it's I guess a bit of a love-in. I know that there are many staff who worked so hard on this, but I really do just want to single out Carol Ruddy and Robert Sandercott. Wendy, the process that put these two in charge of that process, photocopy and repeat, the two of you have been just about as thoughtful, as patient, and as thorough as I could imagine over a process that can have so much rancor and detail and stress and anxiety over it. So thank you for having handled it in such a wonderful way. One of my motions is one of the motions that is up for debate, the motion on N3. So I thought I wanted to speak to it just so that there's clarity on that. So as you will hear, I will get staff to comment on it in a moment. Staff are wholeheartedly supportive of the N3 motion. I had been working with the mayor's office on it. There's support there as well. But just so you know what's behind that motion. So it's a two-pronged thing. In one way, it's a harmonization approach. Several months ago, I got the site plan control threshold increased from 10 units up to 12 units. And so that site plan control is only required at 12 units. That was supposed to then harmonize with the zoning bylaw. And we're all busy people. It didn't get harmonized. And so for N3 to be up to 10 units here is merely a harmonization issue. But on the other issue in this motion, where for every 6 units, there must be at least one 3-bedroom unit, this is part and parcel in what I'm hearing many of our colleagues saying, in that we want to be able to offer and have more and diverse, affordable options for families to live in as many of the city's areas as they can. And just so you understand the numbers, staff had already been advocating for 15% of this category of housing be 1 bedroom. With N3 changing to 12 units, 15% would have been just 1 3-bedroom. And so by changing it to for every 6 units, there must be at least one, in that same 12-unit building, there would now be 3 bedrooms as opposed to just 1. Symmetry is a wonderful thing in building. So imagine trying to just put 1 3-bedroom in a 12-unit. So this will make it 2. It increases the percent from 15 to 16.6, but this just will offer that many more 3-bedroom missing middle options in this N3 category, and certainly within the urban boundary. So that's all. Thanks very much. I hope you support it.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Conseillère Plante.
Yeah, similar to the previous colleagues, I also would like to extend my appreciation and thanks to city staff who worked on this, especially Carol, Royce. I know we had, one of the reasons I only have one motion today is because we pretty much took care of everything before we even got to the floor today. So I do appreciate all the work that you've put in and understanding too some of the nuances that downtown communities face that are different from other areas of the city. For those of you who are sort of worried about intensification, we've been here probably for 10 plus years, seeing things go up instead of out. And it does come with its challenges. I'm not going to hide that. But, the reality is, as Councillor Johnson said, we have to build up for environmental and quite frankly, practical reasons. So if you have questions or you want to know what that's like, I'm always around to help answer, because I always say having more neighbors is great. More cars parked on the street is traffic calming. And we want to develop neighborhoods that respond to the challenges of 2026 and not, years prior. I did have just a quick comment too about the Somerset Street East. This was a request from our community association, our Sandy Hill Community Association, which came in last night. They voted on it last night. This is the only request they've had through the zoning bylaw review. And if you've ever been on Somerset Street East after the Ottawa Bridge, it is very, very narrow. And their concern is that if there is any more parking, the bike lanes will not be accessible. It's actually true, because you can't park and use the bike lane at the same time. They're worried about things like not being able to pass on the street, which is true, because once there's parking, the cars are weaving in and out. So I just wanted to give a bit of a local explanation there for what's happening on Somerset Street East. It is a very, very busy street. Students use it to get to the University of Ottawa. You can use it to get to the LRT or to get to Overbrook. So just some local context there. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to our planning group for the great work on this. So, quick couple of questions first. The first one is, in 2024, we lost the 47 million. I asked this repeatedly for not achieving the Build Faster Fund target. So essentially the city lost $47 million. Do we know where we look on the 2025 schedule at this point?
For 2025, we did not meet the target. We did better than anticipated. There was a bump at the end of the year. I don't know if Royce has the final numbers, but we did perform better in the last quarter than the trend line was showing, and I think that's one we hope to see carry forward. As the mayor was saying, we are achieving higher housing starts than nearly every other municipality in Ontario, except for Toronto and I think Brampton, and Brampton's pretty close to us. So we are definitely outperforming, given our isolation of the market compared to the GTA, where you have a lot of cities and developers can move easily capital and construction resources and whatnot across borders much more easily than Ottawa. But I think it was just too little too late to meet the timelines that were given by the province. And this was our last year for the provincial BFF funding.
Yeah, so how much did we lose for 2025? Because they said if we didn't hit the target, we didn't get a penny, just like the previous year. So what's the dollar value?
I think it was around 33 million, but I don't, yeah, about 33 million.
So 33 million lost, 47 million lost. That's a lot of money that could have went to homelessness. It could have went to a lot of things in this city, and it's unfortunate. And I'm not blaming you, the GM, because I think you have a good plan to get us back on track. I think that's what this is about, is let's build. I think that's the one thing we keep missing out on, is we are literally throwing money away for not supporting intensification around our transit nodes, something that we decided as a council many moons ago to be able to build around those stations. That's a lot of money, 37 and 47. I'm also looking at the infrastructure component. I think that's really critical. And I know my friend Riley Brockington, working with AMO, myself with FCM, will continue to push on that. And I think the failures in other municipalities are seeing the direct need for infrastructure funding to take place within municipalities to achieve a lot of those things that are problems. When it comes to the processing time for applications, how quick are we stamping these things? If they meet the tests, I know there used to be a threshold, we're achieving percentage targets, and it would go down to like literally last week before things would get stamped. Have we addressed that to go quicker?
Through the mayor, yes, we have. So the other report that was part of this council agenda that you passed without discussion was related to some significant changes we made to the way we move applications through. We've also changed so that reduced some of the requirements and clarified exactly what type of application staff can ask for, what report or what study. So it makes it more predictable and easier for a prospective developer to cost a project and know exactly what it's going to cost and not get surprised partway through the process. We are also changing the process. These process changes take effect in as we move into February, which we'll be looking at a complete review of do you have all the pieces for your application? Did you give us the right studies done by the right professional, as opposed to evaluating whether we like the work in the study. And by shifting that, we will also allow us to have part of the timeline inside. We circulate everything once internally and to our external partners. And then we have an escalation period where we can escalate to the director or the GM level if necessary to have the right cross-department, cross-agency conversations so that we don't send a bunch of comments back to a developer and say, well, sort it out, these two departments disagreed. So we'll hopefully, you're going to see very much faster turnaround in terms of what we call the deemed complete, getting through the door. And then in the process, we think it will be faster to get to a clear understanding of what additional work a proponent needs to do to get their project across the finish line. It all depends on quality. They have to, quality in will make the process work well. If we get shoddy work from consultants and developers, then it will slow the process down. But if they give us quality work, hopefully this transparency in the process changes should make a big difference. And we'll start to talk about that as we map things on our development approvals dashboard. You'll start to see how we're moving through the timelines, and over the next year we'll be monitoring.
Great, and that's exactly what is needed here. Is I hear some revisions go back and forth 14, 15 times, and they're only achieved near the deadline of their application filing. So you're saying we're going to find a way to streamline that to ensure that they know what's expected of them.
Yes, I believe that's in place now, and we will see how it works. But we've had this conversation with the industry as well, and they understand the changes that are coming, and we've trained our staff on the changes.
Excellent. So just in wrap up, Mr. Mayor, I think this is a great zoning plan. As mentioned by other colleagues, the province is pressing down hard on us. We really have lost any kind of stick we have. I've heard a lot of discussions around the table about ways that projects could stall out. Frankly, I think I'm looking for more speed on the transit areas. Those are the low-hanging fruit. It's our highest investment in the city with light rail. You're seeing in areas when Peter Hume said, let's go ahead with transit-oriented development around the stations. You're seeing it in my ward firsthand. Searville Station, you go out in that area, in Saint Laurent area, there's towers popping up everywhere in the district. The old warehouse buildings coming down, residential's going up, and not just one type, a mixed use. So we're seeing seniors housing, we're seeing low-income housing, we're seeing rentals. You need a good plethora of everything across the board to be able to make this achievable. And I think over time, this is going to work. So I just want to thank staff for the great work that they've done. Fingers crossed that we'll see a lot more stamping of good quality applications coming in a faster way to be able to get more housing for people in Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Bradley?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff for all your work on this. I won't reiterate all the comments my colleagues have made, but a lot of great points today. I just had a quick follow-up on the motion by my colleague, Councillor Devine and Plante, on the N3 maximum units motion, and just wanted to understand staff's position and if they were in support of this motion.
Through the mayor. So yeah, this motion started trying to align in October when council passed the 53 recommendations related to housing acceleration. We talked about you increased the exception for site plan from 12 units to 10. So if a building proposed at 12 units no longer requires a site plan, the provincial mandated exemption was 10. So we went back into the zoning to look at did we have anything that misaligned with that direction, and so that was the origins of this motion, was to align the 12 unit 10 unit difference in the bylaw itself. In the course of that conversation, and I think this is actually a really good example of how much the questions we got from residents and councillors really shaped the bylaw, but we had conversations around how the 12 unit would work and how the math of it would work with some of the other provisions. And staff said, well, there's a rule that's for every 6 units you get one large unit size. And we went back through the numbers and was, well, actually it doesn't always work out that way because it's a percentage and you can't have 0.5 of a unit. So really, in fact, you have to round down. So in a 12 unit, you're still only going to get one, even though that's how we think about it. And it's like, well, why does the bylaw read like a percentage when that's not the intent? Why don't we make it simpler and more transparent? And it was staff who recommended that we just make this change. So since we had this already on the books as a 10 to 12 change, let's make sure that it works all the way around. And so I commend staff for really lifting the cover and looking at all the different implications of any of the motions that were put forward and what would the knockoff implications be to make sure it was really comprehensively done. So we support this motion, and I'm very pleased to see the work that staff did to get us here.
Thanks so much. Great answer.
Thank you. And I just want to confirm that staff are supportive of the direction from Councillor Brockington, accepting of the direction.
Yes, we are. And I would just say that we're also already engaged to do a parking study as part of the new zoning bylaw. It was one of the things we said we would look at, in particular, parking passes and whether that system needs to be expanded and how snow clearing works. And so this fits in well with that. So we have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. So just before we vote, I just wanted to offer a few thoughts myself on the new zoning bylaw. And let me start, as many of you did, by thanking staff. Ce que nous approuvons aujourd'hui, c'est ambitieux.
What we are approving today is very bold. This will shape the future of our city.
Ambitious, and it will shape the future of our city in a very positive way. And that wouldn't be possible without the extraordinary hard work, detailed work, and commitment of our city staff. Many, many years of work, in fact, culminating with today's vote. So to the many people who have worked so hard to get here, thank you. Thank you very much for everything you've done. I also want to thank my colleagues on council. As Councillor Gower highlighted a few minutes ago, this is the kind of issue that can divide a council, that can divide a community. But in this case, we have worked very effectively together. And once again, when it comes to housing, we have been in lockstep. We have been doing everything reasonable and within our power to say yes to housing. Nous avons fait
We've made everything that was reasonable in our power to provide more housing.
Members of council have clung to rules that prevent growth and restrict the vibrance of our communities. This council has had the courage to be bold and the wisdom to embrace thoughtful change. And that's what this new zoning bylaw is, bold and thoughtful. Aggressive in how it will enable housing and complete communities, but balanced in how it will impact existing communities. The zoning bylaw will improve as-of-right conditions across Ottawa, cutting red tape and creating certainty for builders, It will enable gentle density across the city with more infill opportunities where it makes the most sense to do so, near transit, in built-up urban areas, and on major roads where there is already the infrastructure required. We're taking an approach that is flexible by default, being less prescriptive about building type and other details. We're letting builders do what they do best, build homes based on the needs of residents, not spend months going back and forth on paperwork. The new zoning bylaw doesn't fundamentally change what is allowed, it just makes it easier to get building. If a proponent under the old system wanted density near transit or a bit more density inside a neighborhood, they could do so, but they would need to apply, do a mountain of paperwork, and wait months to get results. For small projects and small builders, the process was impossible. Even large builders often decided it was too much work, too much cost, too much risk, too much uncertainty. They took their capital elsewhere. By updating our zoning, we are enabling outcomes that we always planned to allow anyway. This new bylaw follows and implements our official plan. It just makes it easier to get to yes without having to jump through hoops and red tape. The new zoning bylaw makes change less complicated from a bureaucratic perspective, but it does not fundamentally change what is and what is not allowed within neighborhoods. To put it simply, the changes we are enabling will not be immediately or significantly felt within most neighborhoods. These changes will impact many of our residents in a positive way. The family that is saving up for a first home, the student desperate for relief as they juggle work, school, and sky-high rent, the person desperately on a wait list for an affordable unit, the newcomer to Ottawa looking to find their way in our community, the commuter who wished that they had a place to live closer to transit, the small business owner that wants to welcome new local regular customers. This new zoning bylaw will create new opportunities across our city to build Ottawa up thoughtfully and responsibly. Ultimately, though, the improvement to our zoning bylaw is about saying yes to housing in a big way. I'm also very pleased that a few minutes ago, or a couple of hours ago, we decided to eliminate unanimously, or reduce the scope of 26 different studies that were adding time and cost to the building process. As a result of all of this and all the other work that's been done, we are already seeing very, very positive results from our housing action plan. As Marcia was just speaking about, 2025 was a great year for housing starts at a time when housing starts across the province were down 13%. Our housing starts were up 38%. 1 in every 6 homes built in Ontario last year was built right here in Ottawa. 1 out of 6. We're 1/15 of the population of the province. We performed 2.4 times better than the per capita provincial home building average. So we have a lot of work to do, but we are making significant progress together. We are making generational progress together. So let's pass this zoning bylaw. Let's continue to say yes to housing. Let's keep moving forward on our housing action plan to become the most housing-friendly city in Canada. So let's proceed to voting on the motions. And I understand from Councillor Brown, who's been consulting with everyone, that all but 4 of the motions before us today are ready to be approved without any recorded vote. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with your indulgence, I'll read out the motions that I believe we have consent on around the table. Leaper Brown, technical amendment, documents 2, 3, and 4, motion 64. Leaper Brown, staff initiated, expedient hearing, motion 74. Leaper King, existing average grade, motion 51. Gower Johnson, bike parking, motion 55. King Dudas, EV ownership modeling amendment, motion 57. Johnson Devine, drive-through, motion 58. Devine Brockington, 1200 baseline auto dealership, motion 61. Hill Low, high-rise in Barhaven Town Centre, motion 65. Leaper Troster, Banknote and Company, motion 66. Troster Hill, revisiting Angular Plain, motion 69. Brown Sutcliffe, Riverside South Business Park, permitted uses, motion 73. Carr Brown, reinstatement of warehouse to 450 Terminal Avenue, motion 77. Dudas King, 1754 Saint Joseph Boulevard, motion 78. Brown Devine, definitions of automobile service station and auto body shop, motion 80. Kitts Hill, monitor local road and setback standards, motion 84. Leaper Brockington, end zone single dwelling unit building height, motion 85. Kelly Gower, revised mineral aggregate, motion 86. Again, Mr. Mayor, I believe these are the 17 motions that we may have consent on around the table.
Okay, thank you very much for your help on that, Councillor Brown. And just to be clear, the ones that are being held for a separate vote then are 52, 63, 83, and 88. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So on all but 4 of those motions, we can vote en masse if everybody's comfortable with that. Is everybody good with that? So are those motions carried?
Just dissent on 55 for me, please.
Councillor Menard, you're dissenting on number 55? Councillor Lowe.
We look alike, but
I just heard a voice. Just heard a voice out of nowhere. I thought it was.
Yeah, dissent
online.
on 55 for me, please.
Okay. All right.
And I am good.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Menard. Thank you for clarifying. Okay. So on motion 52, then, increase N3 maximum units and amend section 708, if we could have a recorded vote, please.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Oui.
Conseiller Desroches. Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
What? 24 yeas, no nays.
Okay. Did we misunderstand the exercise here? Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. The number 63, which is the Booth Street zoning motion from Councillor Troster, if we could have a recorded vote on that, please.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
I was going to vote yes, but to save embarrassing Councillor Brown, I'll dissent.
Councillor Troster.
I'm not offended. Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yep.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches. Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
23 yeas and 1 dissent.
Okay. No, 2, I believe Councillor Hubley and Councillor Kitts dissented. Is that correct?
Sorry, 22 with 2 dissents.
Okay. Thank you. Carried. On motion 83, Papachi Park, Councillor Leeper's motion, a recorded vote, please.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Oui.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches. Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
24 yeas.
Okay. Glad we held that one too. So contentious. Okay, finally, motion 88, which is the Plante motion on Somerset East. Recorded vote, please.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Skulski.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Troster. Yes. Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches. Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
11 yeas, 13 nays.
Okay. Thank you. And now on the zoning bylaw as amended. Is that carried? Thank you, everyone. Great job. So we are going to move to item 16.1, which is our in-camera item. And I will ask Councillor Lowe to read our motion to resolve in camera, please.
Be it resolved, the City Council resolved in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2005-100, subsection 13.1D, Labor Relations and Employee Negotiations, and 13.1F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose and to receive information with respect to the strategic collective bargaining mandate for negotiations for the Civic Institute of Professional and Personnel, CIPP, and the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 5500.
Is that carried? All right, we will take a short break and resume in camera. Thank you. Rebonjour tout le monde. We're going to start again in 1 minute. We will start again in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. All right, let's resume, everyone. For the benefit of the public joining us, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100, subsections 13.1D, Labor Relations and Employee Negotiations, and 13.1F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, with respect to the Strategic Collective Bargaining Mandate for Negotiations for the Civic Institute of Professional Personnel and Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 5500. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. Motion to adopt reports. Councillor Lowe.
That the Finance and Corporate Services Department report entitled Point of Hearing of Officers for the City of Ottawa's Administrative Penalty System, Built Heritage Committee Report 27A, Built Heritage Committee Report 28, Joint Planning, Housing Committee and Agricultural Rural Affairs Committee Report 7, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Role and Written Public Submissions for the Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements of the City Council meeting of December 20, 2025 be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried? Thank you. Motions of which notice has previously been given. Appui à la candidature de la Ville d'Ottawa comme hôte du 21e.
Nomination of the City of Ottawa in 2028 to host a conference. Is that carried?
Thank you. Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference bid for 2028 to 2031. Is that carried? Thank you. Clarifying the city's position on Canada Lakes Golf and Country Club lands. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion is in your agenda. I'm not going to be reading it. I read it last meeting. So we have a motion before us today, and it's important for you to understand why it's before you today, what it's all about, but you need to understand how we got here. So great leaders know that what you always want to do is you want to begin with the end in mind, and you want to work to win-win. And there was a great leader in Canada. There still is a great leader in Canada. And her name at the time in the 1980s was Mayor Marianne Wilkinson. And she sat at a table in 1980 with a bunch of developers and struck a deal. They created a contract. Because of Marianne Wilkinson, the 40% agreement came about. And what it allowed for was a win-win-win-win. So the developers would win in the contract that was struck because they got an urban boundary extension. That's what they wanted. They wanted an urban boundary extension to build Canada Lakes. So they won. Then the community won because the deal was structured that of the 100% of land they were talking about, 60% would be Canada Lakes, 40%, the rockiest, most difficult part that you could build on, would be public green space. Currently, and at that time, there was a 9-hole golf course. So it was to remain intact because the mercury poisoning that's in the lands from the pesticides, from the fertilizers, from the insecticides, the fungicides that are put on golf courses was all embedded in all of the land that was currently there. So they didn't want to disturb that. So what the community won was no one's disturbing the mercury poisoning. You get a public park, but for 6 months of the year, because half the year the golf course would run. But the community had a public park. The city won because then all of that was designed, the 40% was designed to be the stormwater management plan for Canada Lakes. So Canada Lakes was built, all the water drained to this public land and the golf course and into the beaver pond. So the city won and the community won, the developers won, and if at any time, so the deal was struck, the golf course was not going to be a golf course, that land would all go back to the city for $1. That was the deal. It was a fabulous deal. So everything was great. 35 years went by, and then Morguard entered the picture, developer from Toronto. And they looked at the contract, 40% agreement, and they said, oh, guess what? There's a little problem with it. Let's go after that. And so you know what happened after that. And we spent time as a city saying, that's not fair. You can't do that. That was never the agreement. And I know Marianne Wilkinson, I know you're watching me, Marianne, so I want to say what you've always wanted everyone to say. You want everyone to know that when you sat at that table and you spoke to developers, it was the developers who said, we want to make sure this contract is structured so that the city is never able to develop this land and build anything. Because they were giving up 40% for a public park, and they wanted to make sure the city didn't have any windfall. So Marianne, everyone knows, everyone in this room knows, anybody watching knows, that was the actual deal. And it was not respected, and we frigged around in the courts, and we are here. Beyond frustrating. Since that time, because that deal was struck, Canada has lost 988 acres of forest. Because that land was to be there as the public park and the open space for Canada North residents. And they have used it 6 months of the year as their open space and park. They have snowshoed, they have cross-country skied, they have run, they have walked, they have cycled through the pathways. In the wintertime, it is a beautiful place and a public park for the entire community. People from much further afield from Canada North use that green space. That was always the intention. So the only good thing that has happened is that the OLT, in their decisions, allowed for the city to enforce 192 conditions and then the restrictive covenants on the land to be followed. And those restrictive covenants and the 192 conditions ensure that the city does not have to grant easements to this land. The city can work with the NCC to make sure that the NCC does not approve and allow for mercury contamination to get into our Ottawa River. The MVCA has to approve. And the community has to be involved in the consultations on anything that happens with this land.
That's
so,
Councillor.
That's where we are, and I look forward to this unanimous vote of support of this community, and I'll have further comments at wrap-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Plante.
Thank you. I just had some questions for our legal counsel. So I have 3 questions. Much has been said about the 192 conditions that Councillor Curry just talked about. Is it possible that with our new official plan, the new Transportation Master Plan, Bill 23, the Build Homes Faster, Bill 60, the Fighting Delays, Build Faster, the Bill 5, Protect Ontario Act, and our Housing Action Plan, that some of those conditions may be reinforced or some of them are not, they're not usable anymore? Just yes or no?
Mr. Mayor, the conditions were in fact formally ratified just yesterday by an order of the Ontario Land Tribunal. The conditions had been tentatively approved back in March 22. They had to go through a subsequent step to get an order issued. They appear to have, well, I know they didn't pursue it until late last year, and I assume that's because of the court litigation going on, and they were formally approved just, as I said, just yesterday.
Okay.
There are significant conditions there, as Councillor Curry identified, but no modification was sought to the conditions either by the applicant or the city on the basis of changes in legislation.
Great, that's reassuring. Okay. Would it be accurate to characterize this matter as having been fully and extensively litigated, including the Ontario Court of Appeal, leave to appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada, and all available avenues of judicial review and appeal have been exhausted?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's fair to say that the issue regarding the prior council decisions from Canada regarding the agreement have been exhausted as in regards to the first legal issue being whether or not the agreement offended a rule against perpetuities, and then there was the outstanding whether the contract existed. That being said, there are other issues, as Mr. Mark has identified. There will be other issues that will be required to be addressed through the planning process.
Great, that's correct. Would it be accurate to say that this issue has been fully litigated through the courts and appeal processes, and council is bound by the resulting judicial determinations?
Mr. Mayor, the court decisions that apply to the agreements in the 1980s, the city respects those decisions, and those matters have been fully addressed in the courts.
Great. Okay, so colleagues, I want to begin by acknowledging the frustration and emotion surrounding this issue. I have received a significant volume of correspondence from residents who are genuinely upset and concerned, and I can understand why. Change is difficult, especially when it affects a place that people have lived in for decades. I understand the person behind this is well loved and respected, and I suspect the councillor for the area is very well loved and respected. But frustration does not equal legal authority, and the City Council is not a parallel legal system. Over the last several years, this issue has been litigated exhaustively, not casually, not partially, exhaustively. The outcomes are not ambiguous. I'm going to walk you through these, what was referred to as the friggin' around in the courts. In 2021, the Court of Appeal ruled that the core enforcement provision of 1981 was not enforceable. Therefore, the 40% does not exist. In 2022, the Ontario Land Tribunal, as was discussed, approved the development framework as good planning and in the public interest, subject to extensive conditions, which we just confirmed still exists. And if you are a fan of private property rights, the tribunal also made a factual finding relevant to much of the public discourse. The golf lands are privately owned, as ownership has changed hands several times. The decision states plainly that members of the public who use the land outside permitted access are doing so without legal entitlement, and it constitutes trespassing, something thankfully they've never actually enforced. In 2023, Ontario Superior Court, with Justice Marc Labrosse just across the way here, was unequivocal. There was never a mutual assumption that the 40% would be maintained forever, and contemplated multiple paths for redevelopment. 2025, the Court of Appeal said that all contractual provisions relating to the golf course lands are void and explicitly rejected the 40% principle. The courts also addressed the expectation directly, saying as long as legally permitted turned out to be a time span of 21 years. And as we know, in September 2025, the Supreme Court of Canada refused to grant leave to appeal. There is no more legal avenues. The law is settled. The course of pursuing litigation, the city has now spent approximately $1.4 million in legal fees. That is public money spent to reverse outcomes that the courts, all the way to the Supreme Court, have now made final, which brings me to this motion. This motion is framed as clarifying the city's position. In reality, it reasserts planning assumptions and contractual obligations at every level of court has declared unenforceable, including phrases like subject to litigation. Does not change reality. Courts look at substance, not framing. We are not above provincial law. We are not above federal law. We are not above the courts. City Council does not have the authority to undo binding judicial and tribunal decisions. We cannot will powers into existence by motion. A significant part of the anger we are seeing is from residents who believe that Council can reverse this outcome. That belief did not come from the courts. It did not come from the tribunal. What has struck me most about the correspondence I have received is many of the people expressing this frustration are highly educated and accomplished professionals, lawyers, academics, engineers, physicians. These are individuals who understand how institutions work and who, in other contexts, would never suggest ignoring binding court decisions. And yet we are told repeatedly that council can simply, quote, stop the development, override the decision, do what's right regardless. These claims are not accurate, and continuing to repeat them has created expectations that cannot be met. As the Prime Minister said in Davos last week, nostalgia is not a strategy. Governance requires us to take the world as it is, not the world we wish it were. The world as it is includes final court decisions, binding tribunal approvals, and clear limits on council's authority. Pretending otherwise does not protect residents. It misleads them and exposes the city to further financial risk. Last, we are watching in real time what happens when elected bodies begin treating court decisions as suggestions rather than obligations. I do not want this council to drift toward a culture where the rule of law is conditional on whether or not we like the outcome. Respecting the rule of law is not optional, it's a foundation for responsible governance. Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Merci. Councillor Bradley.
Well, it's a tough act to follow. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to say that I know the ward councillor has done so much work on this, and I really appreciate all the efforts that you have made, and your community came out in droves and flooded all of our inboxes over the last couple days, making their positions really clear. I do have some questions because I want to practically understand what this motion means. Is something that I'm still struggling with whether or not to support, and also I'm really trying to reconcile the intent of this motion with the discussions we've had today on getting out of the way of housing, being the most housing-friendly city, removing red tape, removing barriers, when I understand that this is an application to build 1,500 homes. So I just want to reiterate that as an important point, because we've just all made statements today about the importance of building more homes. First, I just wanted to confirm, have we spent $1.4 million already in litigation?
Mr. Mayor, with respect to the civil litigation matters, that would be the 2 trips to the Superior Court, 2 trips to the Court of Appeal, and 2 trips to trying to get to the Supreme Court of Canada. The city engaged in external legal counsel, supplemented by internal legal counsel pursuant to delegation of authority bylaw. And that firm was the Ottawa firm BLG that led the charge. Its legal costs were approximately $1 million, Mr. Mayor. And then as a result of some of the decisions that went against the City of Ottawa, we were required to pay costs to the to ClubLink, which is approximately $300,000. So my tally is it's about $1.325 million.
And is that inclusive of internal staff resources?
No, Mr. Mayor, that would have been absorbed internally.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask some pointed questions on the motion just to make sure I understand what we're supporting. One of the recommendations asks that council affirm this as a matter of policy, that we acknowledge the 40% agreement existed and any development would be inconsistent with that agreement. And then there's a second recommendation that states 40% agreement is in the public interest and that staff must protect that interest in future recommendations to council. Am I to understand this, that practically speaking, would staff be required then to automatically reject any application that would counter to the 40% agreement?
Mr. Mayor, as I recall, there is a, in the opening words of the active clauses of the motion, there's wording to the effect that it has to be consistent with the law and proper planning practice. So any recommendations by staff would be qualified subject to the law and proper planning practice.
Okay, so I'm not understanding then how you can have that preamble and then have that bullet underneath, because they seem to be contradicting themselves, and that the law has stated that the 40% agreement is null and void, yet inside the bullet point it says, ensure that good planning practices are employed and that the public interest, including the public interest in keeping to established agreements respecting potential urban development, is protected when providing planning recommendations to council.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll start off with one example, which is easement, and then I'll move on to stormwater, and planning may wish, or others may wish to speak to the stormwater example. The city holds a number of easements that were granted at the time these lands were developed as a golf course. The easements, typically in clause 4 of them, have language that you can't build on the easements without the consent of the city. The city therefore has it within its real property rights in order to exercise that, which I want to be clear, will not prevent all of the development, but it will prevent some of the development. In addition, ClubLinks has 2 concerns that it's going to have to address. One concern is that it drains, as Councillor Curry pointed out, through the Kizzel Drain over NCC lands. There is a condition requiring NCC approval. That is going to have to be obtained. Secondly, Club Links has one approach for dealing with major storm events, which involves low impact devices. Professional planning staff have provided the opinion that what they're proposing is not appropriate. And so those are significant the easement is a legal concern. The stormwater is a professional engineering concern. And so those are major issues that Club Links or, as I understand, Minto and Richcraft are going to be the developers are going to need to have to address.
Thank you for that. The easement access, I have a planning file right now in my community where we're going to be granting a developer easement access, and the file is a project that the community doesn't love, and yet it's considered to be a minor bylaw rezoning amendment that staff are in support of. Is it common for us to use these easement agreements as, as tools to obstruct development?
Mr. Mayor, there is an example that the councillor may be familiar with, as it was led by her predecessor. There was a proposed development at Walkley Conroy, a Loblaw store, that was successful. I lost at the Ontario Municipal Board, and so it was approved. But it was on land that was an industrial park that was developed by the City of Ottawa prior to amalgamation, and it had a clause in it that if buildings weren't constructed by a certain point in time, the land could be purchased back by the city. The Loblaw store wasn't built in time. The then councillor ensured that the city exercised its right to purchase, and there is no Loblaw store there today.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was before my time. I guess my question was, is it common?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The final recommendation is to keep council updated on the status of actions taken under this motion, including OLT decisions. So to me, that suggests that we anticipate that as a result of this motion, there might be further requirement for the city to appear before the OLT. Since we've already spent 1.4 million, is there an upset to what we're willing to spend to defend, or to prevent any development of the 1,500 homes?
Subject to the city solicitor's guidance, appearances in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal are typically done by internal legal staff. There are some exceptions, of course, but usually, so there's staff time employed, but not the expenditure of funds.
So would staff be required to come back to council in the event that they needed to hire external counsel to continue to appear before the OLT?
Mr. Mayor, that would be unlikely, as Mr. Marks indicated. It usually is in-house counsel, but pursuant to the delegation of authority bylaw, in those circumstances, I would use that guidance from council to use the most efficient use of whether it's internal or external legal counsel.
Sorry, I didn't quite understand. So would you have to come back to council?
Not according to the delegation of authority bylaw, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Again, I have a lot of empathy for the residents. I mean, I have similar files in my community, and obviously green space must be protected, but it's really difficult for me. We've supported the ward councillor in the community to go, to the highest courts. We've expended quite a lot of taxpayer dollars on this already, and I feel like we're just being now intentionally obstructive, and that will continue to be challenged in the courts, and it will continue to cost taxpayers, hundreds of thousands of dollars. At the end of the day, it's unfortunate that the agreement wasn't as ironclad as perhaps they had thought at the time, but it wasn't public land, it wasn't public green space, it was a privately owned golf course. Maybe if there was a deal where it continued to remain in public ownership and was leased to the golf course, we'd be in a different position. But, no one could have anticipated this, but now we're dealing with it. And they're looking to build 1,500 homes, and we've just, again, proved multiple strategies today, a new zoning bylaw, an acceleration housing plan, all with the goal of building housing faster, being the most friendly housing city that there could be, removing red tape, removing barriers to housing, and then we're looking for a unanimous vote on building 1,500 homes. So I can't square that circle, and so I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much. So I just have a couple questions with the reporting back. So the second to last, be it further resolved, council directs staff to explore and report back on the lawful voluntary options to secure long-term protection of the subject lands. So under that circumstance, given that there's legal implications, that there's the Parks and Rec master plan that generally guides, you know, what our square footage of parkland should be for any residential area, what staff would be involved in coming up with that those series of options, and what committee would it come back to?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll start. And certainly legal services will be involved. We would look at our colleagues in strategic initiatives for any policy issues on acquisitions, and obviously our friends in planning services. As to reporting back, I'll have to consider that and obviously look at whether this motion is provides the guidance to council. We'll certainly have to consider that.
Okay, so I would assume that because it touches multiple departments, it might come back across multiple departments.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just add to the city solicitor's comments with respect to committee jurisdiction. When it's determined what options might be brought forward and what mechanisms would come into play in which departments, we then take a look at the jurisdiction of the various committees and whether it would go to one committee, a joint meeting, or multiple committees.
Okay, thank you. Something to watch for then. And just generally speaking, you know, I think there is some questions around whether or not there are financial implications in what's before us, or whether the implications, as you say, are more under directed or pardon me, delegated authority, but that this motion then, you know, enhances your willingness to undertake further legal action under your delegated authority. Can you help me to understand, you know, what will sort of supersede the other? There's many different pieces in here that both refer to the current planning context, the current lawful decisions, but also, you know, trying to really do everything we can to enforce that 40%. And I'm having trouble understanding from your perspective, Mr. Huxley, what will be your driving consideration?
Well, Mr. Mayor, staff will look at all the items that are set out in the motion and all the items to consider and the feasibility of those considerations, including acquisition, et cetera. And so if there is a potential for an acquisition, that would be something that we would follow through our acquisition policy and report back to committee and council in accordance to that item. There's a suite of items here that we would have to consider, but that would be one option that staff would report back on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Devine?
Thank you, Chair. So I had originally been leaning towards supporting the motion, but in light of the import of what we passed with the new zoning bylaw and us looking to advance housing-friendly policies, I do have some concerns as expressed by my colleagues and some questions. The motion's first be it resolved clause requires, quote, that council affirms as a matter of policy that development of these lands in contravention with the 40% agreement would be inconsistent with the planning framework under which Canada Lakes was developed. So first of all, if I can just get clarity there, does that mean that by passing this motion as written, council would be setting policy that speaks about enforcing a covenant that the courts have already deemed unenforceable?
Mr. Mayor, when I looked at that clause, I interpreted it as a statement of history regarding how the development of this area of Canada took place. It was described by Councillor Curry to council today, and I say that that does conform to my understanding of the history, that this area of Canada was only admitted into the urban area on the basis that 40% of it would be open space. That is a correct statement of history, Mr. Mayor.
So I recognize that that's a correct statement of history. I'm not denying that. But as written, where it says that council affirms as a matter of policy, it's not asking us, can council agree that history went this way? To ask that council affirms as a matter of policy, I'm not sure who to ask the question to, but does that put us on some kind of path where policy becomes that council will uphold any covenant, any agreement in the past, even if the courts have ruled it unenforceable?
Mr. Mayor, that I noted this earlier, and I think I described it as the first active clause. In fact, it's the second. That statement in the first active clause is subject to what's in the second active clause, which is, be it further resolved, the council directs staff, subject always to applicable legislation, Ontario Land Tribunal jurisprudence, and the requirement to consider each application on its merits. And so that statement and the following passages in the motion are subject to compliance with the law and proper planning policy, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I may wait. I may ask, just in case my concern is valid, I may ask to see if the mover might modify that language about affirming as a matter of policy. Another question. So the motion directs staff to ensure that good planning practices are employed and the public interest is protected, including the public interest in keeping to established agreements respecting potential urban development. To me, this seems like we are directing staff to consider that good planning practice is defined by upholding decades-old agreements that prohibit development, again, over an agreement that we no longer have any legal ground to fight. So can I just get staff's interpretation? If this motion is codifying and defining what is good planning practice, does that mean that any community could therefore contest a similar issue? We had an agreement and that we have to see that opposition as good planning practice?
Through the mayor, this particular clause and its subclauses, we feel is very consistent with the rigor we would bring to any contentious issue that comes out of the OLT. This one has a lot of conditions on it. We're going to have to be looking at the context under which the decision was made and the evidence brought to the OLT as we try to ensure that all these conditions get met. So it doesn't speak to any agreement in particular, but I think that from my perspective, I have no concerns with the words in that clause because there's a lot. If housing should proceed on this site under the draft plan that was approved by the tribunal, it's not without a lot of things that have to be resolved, some of which are very typical for a type of development, and some are very specific based on the evidence that came before the hearing.
Thank you. And again, some of my questions are asking to see what staff think about this particular interpretation, but I do just perhaps wonder or worry about what precedent it might set. And I know that we don't pay a lot of heed to the whereas clauses, but they become part of the narrative. So there's a line in one of the whereas clauses that speaks to how retaining these private lands as a golf course, quote, formed a fundamental component relied upon by residents when purchasing homes within this community. So I can't tell you how many times I've heard residents make that same claim when it comes to opposing residential development, i.e., when I bought this house, my view was blank. When I bought this house, that thing was there, and now you're going to go about changing it. So I do, to a certain degree, wonder about how other opponents to other development might come back to this. But moving now back to a question to staff, the motion asks, it directs specifically for staff to review and advise on the enforceability and current legal status of the 40% agreement. Has staff not already done that exhaustively?
Mr. Mayor, the fact that the ward councillor is asking that, I would submit that it's within my realm to respond to that motion, to that ask, and to clarify the status of the various agreements and decisions and the outcome on the lands itself, the golf course lands, and any other related lands. So it's something that is certainly within my purview. I understand there's case law to be read, but I think it's a fair question that a member may ask.
Did you say you think my question is fair to ask?
No, I think the direction in your question, Mr. Mayor, the question is fair, and I also think the ask to the city solicitor to provide that clarification is fair.
Beg your pardon, thank you. So one or two more final questions, and this question may have been raised by another colleague. Does passing this motion put into any kind of jeopardy, whether it's our ability to meet housing targets? I mean, we have agreements and commitments with federal and provincial government of meeting targets. Does this, passing this, which may impede 1,500 units, does that threaten any targets? And I guess more specifically, because I've seen other cities lose access to funding for taking certain actions. Is there any concern that this may impede our ability to get certain funding that we already expect to be receiving?
Through the mayor, as I said earlier in the other item, we didn't meet our targets under the provincial legislation, but we don't develop those targets or try to meet them based on any specific project. We're looking just at the whole body of work and what happens by a certain date. So we weren't looking for any specific thing. As to whether or not this would have how it would be received by upper levels of government, I couldn't speak to that.
Thank you. And then my last question. So having received many emails from Canada residents, I see and I understand the concern about any risk, any impediment of effective stormwater management. I share that concern. But as I understand it, any development that might happen would have to have in place an effective plan for stormwater management, whether it be the retention of the existing stormwater ponds or laying out other infrastructure. So while any resident's concern that I'm worried about development because of the loss of stormwater management, nothing could be approved here without having effective stormwater management in place. Is that not so?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think an important component to the acuity of the problem would be an understanding of our long-term housing supply and how that fits to the issue at hand. So could you provide perhaps a short overview of where we stand right now in terms of the severity of our long-term housing supply and the immediate process over the next couple of years of how we're going to be addressing any issues, if there are any?
Through the mayor, I'm not really sure I understand the question. I mean, what we're trying to do to address this housing supply issue is through a myriad of adjustments as were passed by council last October, the 53 recommendations. And so we're making a lot of system changes to try to address it, knowing that the city can only control part of the issue and that there are other factors that are outside the bounds of what the municipality can do.
But from staff's perspective, are we in a situation right now where we are addressing long-term housing supply, and how short are we right now if we are in fact short?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor, we'd have to come back to you with the numbers. We know that the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation released a report late last year that indicated that housing starts would need to rise quite dramatically in order to meet demand. That said, we know that as well, there are many factors that are evolving, including immigration targets and that type of thing. And so I'd like to be able to come back to you with our targets, but given the focus that we've put on housing acceleration, I would say that it remains a priority.
And maybe I'll just add to my colleague's answer. As was reported at the Planning and Housing Committee, right now we have enough available land for close to 15 years, but we know that we have to adjust those forecasts to reflect the provincial numbers, and that is a report coming to planning in February. So it's sort of a constantly moving target. Also, the issue is the housing being built affordable and attainable for the people who need it? Is it the right kind of housing in the right kinds of places? So it isn't understanding whether or not we have supply according to our official plan is only one component.
No, thank you. Is it fair to say that Canada was designed with this golf course as an anchor feature to the community?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to provide a little bit of background as to why I'm the one answering this question. In the course of assisting with the litigation that was done by BLG, I spent a significant amount of time at the archives in Nepean looking for the documentation leading up to and coming out of the 40% agreement. And it is on that basis of doing that research that I feel quite comfortable in answering that question. Yes.
So thank you for that. And I would just ask the open-ended question. What feature defines your ward? And imagine what it would be like to see a bulldozer driving down it on a weekend without any notice. So remember that. For staff, am I correct in summarizing that the city has been delegated authority through the Municipal Act to enact bylaws that enable the appropriate development of parcels of land?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it would be the Municipal Act and in particular also the Planning Act that deals with development of lands.
So the city has been delegated the authority to specify bylaws that deal with specific parcels of land as it pertains to its development. The Ontario Land Tribunal has issued a ruling on this, and we've heard that, you know, we're perhaps overstepping. And my question would be, is there any aspect of this motion that in fact countermands or undermines an Ontario judicial decision, or is this motion complementing strategies that would deal with the existing authorities that we as a city have to apply to how this parcel of land would potentially be developed or managed?
Mr. Mayor, I submit it's the latter and not the former, so it does not, in my view, contravene any prior judicial finding, whether it's through the courts or through a tribunal.
Thank you. I would summarize by saying it is not uncommon in the suburbs of Ottawa to see explosive residential growth. I experience it in Barrhaven. I know my colleagues in Orleans, my colleagues in Canada and Stittsville, and growth is defined by more than just housing. I am presently in the process of trying to manage the balance between an infrastructure deficit, an amenities deficit, schools, healthcare, retail, you name it. Come to Half Moon Bay and I will show you that housing out there is all over the place, and we only just got our grocery store, so I can feel for Councillor Troster downtown. We got a Food Basics too, and people are fired up. Once you build over an amenity, you don't ever get it back. And the community of Canada was built with this as its heart. So I recognize we have a housing shortage. I've been the first one to talk about this around the table as well. But we have 15 years of land supply. We have a strategy to grow that land supply through a combination of our official plan process, through Bill 185. And I would just caution anybody that this is a unique circumstance, and we have been given tools through the Municipal Act to deal with unique circumstances. And I appreciate the local ward councillors' attempts to do so, because I believe this is important enough to merit that. I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you. We've had some good discussion on this, so I'll try to keep it brief. When it comes to overall, we've seen this happening throughout Ontario. This isn't anything new across the country, really, where golf courses are now all converting over to homes. But who realistically has the hammer to be able to stop something like this? This would be the province, right? I mean, they're the only ones that would have the ability to be able to say, yeah, you're not going ahead with this.
As has been pointed out, Mr. Mayor, there are a substantial number of conditions with respect to this development. Those conditions were developed, some issued by the city, some were modified by the Ontario Land Tribunal in accordance with submissions by Club Links, and to a certain extent, comments by the Canada Green Space Coalition that was also a party to a hearing. And so they are going to need to meet those conditions. They are significant conditions, and they may restrict the extent to which development can take place on the lands below which Club Links, Minto, and Richcraft had intended.
Right. And so with all those conditions, if any point the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario said, got a shaky leg and decided, yeah, we're not going to allow this to take place, he would have that authority, wouldn't he?
Subject to the possibility of judicial review by Club Links, yes, the legislature
That's right.
has that authority.
That's right. So that's why, again, you've been working very closely with the MPP in the area as well, I assume, and you guys are simpatico when it comes to, you would hope the province would stop this as well. So it's the only body that can really stop it. At the same time, this is a unique situation that it's not like a park. Municipal asset, we can't sell it and build buildings. This is a little bit different. So I'll listen to the rest of the debate, but I think this is quite a different scenario than a regular piece of property. It's not right next to light rail. If it was, sorry, Kathy, I'd be saying put some towers up immediately. But at the same time, this is a unique situation that you're still dealing with. Hopefully the province will pay attention to it, and I'll listen to the rest of the debate on this, but currently I will be supporting Kathy's motion on this.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. Council has been abundantly clear about its position on this land for years, and I don't see this as a time to waver in respect to this. Some things are worth fighting for, and supporting this motion honors the commitment we've already made to the community. These lands are a core part of Canada's design and environmental function, and I want to speak specifically to the stormwater aspect of it. The Canada Lakes Golf and Country Club, it was always meant to be a capture of stormwater management because there's a real concern in this community about flood risk. Canada itself I've got lots of Lita clay in Orleans. Canada is rock and marsh. You don't have a lot. And if it's running off the rock, it's heading for the marshlands. And so we have community members who have seen flooding over the years. This is a stormwater management plan that needs to be sustained. We wouldn't build a new community now today without a strong plan in place. And while I know that there's conversation about that would have to go through the rigors of assessment and we'd have to do all of this analysis, the plain fact is this was set into place for stormwater management. Why are we going to address it and change it now? I also wanted to say too that, residents have been consistent and united in respect to this. They expect the city to stand firm. And I really do see this motion as reflecting their voice. I mean, each of us have received many, many emails in regards to this, all of them written independently, not in a template. That's how much these people care. We need to listen to this and stand firm. We've done it this far. We need to continue to do it. I absolutely will be supporting the councillor and her community in respect to this. And I think, once again, I do appreciate the need for housing, but not at all costs. This is an important issue, and I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few brief thoughts. So thank you, Councillor Curry, for the motion. If we were all the councillors for Canada North, what would you do at this point? Would you just give up and say there's nothing else I can do? Sorry, community, I'm not going to pursue this any further. Or would you recognize this remains a critical matter for your residents and keep fighting? Keep fighting regardless of what avenue you take. The original agreement is quite clear. It's crystal clear what the intent of the agreement was. It was a legal document. All parties engaged knew what the future held, and I appreciate the additional information shared with us today. So as local councillors, we react to the needs of our community, and I certainly don't take issue at all that this motion is before us today. And at this time, I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just have some questions to staff. The Supreme Court in this case didn't hear Ottawa's appeal in the golf course case. I'm wondering why city staff believe that was the case. I know they didn't list an explanation at the time, but why does city staff on the legal team believe that the Supreme Court would not even hear an appeal on this?
Mr. Mayor, the Supreme Court of Canada does not provide reasons for whether denying or accepting leave to appeal. There is a test that has to be met in law. It's one of national importance. I can relay that approximately 7% of the applications for leave to appeal sort of annually are granted. So I can't speculate beyond that information, Mr. Mayor.
We've spent $1.325 million as a city already in trying to work this way through it through legal means, not including the amount of money spent internally on the OLT. Is there a chance that with the passing of this motion, that the owner will raise the prospect of seeking to judicially challenge the utilization of the easements to limit the development?
Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned a short while ago, an order was issued yesterday finalizing the zoning bylaw and conditions of draft approval. That was a result of a case management conference held earlier this month. And counsel for Club Links did raise during the course of that case management conference seeking to judicially challenge the easements, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and what's the potential cost of that? I guess we don't know at this point.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And can staff, there's been a lot of emails that have come in to councillors raising the concern about mercury, as well as the water management. Can staff just speak to their concerns about elevated levels of mercury, if there's going to be a requirement should development occur for remedial action plan, ESA? I assume, like other developments, when there's these concerns, these things would happen as a matter of course. And so I just want to hear from staff on those concerns specifically.
Through the mayor, so yes, it would be a matter of course to look at the environmental issues of a site before construction begins. And in the case of contamination of the water or soil, we would look for the record of site condition that regulates brownfield contamination properties under the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks at the province. We have also reached out to the medical officer of health here for public health in Ottawa to see if there's any additional things that we should be looking at in this context. What makes it a little bit different is because of the intervening status of the community as part of the OLT decision or hearings, the decision included some additional conditions related to dust suppression and some other elements based on the concerns that the citizens raised. And so that just adds a little bit of extra specificity in releasing the conditions of this draft plan of subdivision that would go beyond what we'd normally expect in terms of studies and following the MECP legislation.
Okay, that's very helpful information. I guess, Mayor, I would be very concerned with the city pursuing the purchase of a private golf course. I don't understand why we would do that as a council. And I am concerned about the amount of money we've already spent to this date on unsuccessful legal machinations that haven't resulted in where council's directed concerns were directed. And I think what we're headed for is a lot more legal cost on this. I think that the easement argument that's been put out there looks like hypocrisy because of all the discussion about building housing in this city. And meanwhile, we're going to hold up easements for a development that we've tried to appeal to the Supreme Court and they've rejected. I don't see the argument being made in good faith here. And quite frankly, I think unfortunately what happens when there's green space, a concern in the core, like at Lansdowne Park, for example, I get no sympathy from some councillors, and it's really unfortunate because this is the type of thing where if we're going to try and we're going to work together, well, that doesn't just work for Canada, that works for Orleans, that works for the core, that works for the outer green belt as well. But that's not the way it always works on this council, and that disappoints me. And I think in this case, we've probably taken this way too far. Thank you.
Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions, just a couple comments. You know, I feel for the residents of Canada who have been dealing with this anxiety around this situation for a while. We heard from many of them over the last few days, but I hope the residents of Canada are also very heartened by the thoughtful municipal leadership that they've benefited from for decades, and councillors that understand that growth has to be paired with infrastructure. And I know my colleague, Councillor Curry, has been going above and beyond to understand the intricacies of this matter. You know, and at its core, the role of a councillor is to defend the long-term interests of their community, and to safeguard the conditions that allow neighborhoods to function and thrive. And in that context, I think the argument being raised regarding the stormwater is completely reasonable. Stormwater capacity, downstream impacts, these are fundamental planning considerations, particularly in communities that are built around sensitive water systems. And, you know, I'm going to leave the legal side of things to Tim Mark and Stuart Huxley, but I believe the Supreme Court was assessing the narrow legal validity of the agreements, whether they were lawfully entered and enforceable, rather than the technical planning realities that municipalities must manage. And those impacts remain squarely the responsibility of local governments to address. So I think it's absolutely within our purview to move forward on this, and I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. I seconded the motion. I will be supporting it when it comes to a vote. Just listening in the last half hour, I think what we've established is everything in the motion are items that are reasonable and lawful, that give regards to previous court decisions, previous tribunal decisions. There's nothing in here that we wouldn't reasonably expect staff to do regardless. But what it does do, it's a very carefully worded motion that I think sets out clearly to residents what the city can or cannot do and how we're going to pursue that. And that clause where it says, such actions have to be lawful and have a reasonable prospect of success. And I think that's important. We're not asking staff to do anything unreasonable, unexpected, or unlawful. And I hope council will support this. This is 175 acres of community amenity space. Even if it's private, it's 175 acres. It's not a typical piece of land. It's not one property or one development. It's a massive, massive area of land at the heart of the Canada community. So thank you, Councillor Curry, for raising it, and I will be voting in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. I'd like to just clarify a couple of things here. So what the court ruled on, to be clear, was an agreement, but it was not a planning application. The court did not rule on an application to build a certain number of homes that we were refusing, and the court ruled that we were wrong in refusing that. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, it's important to keep separate the two streams. And so the courts were only looking at the agreements. The Ontario Land Tribunal did review the planning applications.
Correct. But when people are referencing the court decision was not that a certain number of homes must now be built on the site.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. So, and just to be clear, that with any given planning site, with any given development site, there could be 10 obstacles that exist as to why that must be overcome in order for the development to proceed on that site. The court was ruling on one of those potential obstacles, that being the agreement. That doesn't mean that the other 9 obstacles in my hypothetical scenario suddenly disappear. Is that correct?
That's a fair assessment, Mr. Mayor, and those other items can be addressed, for example, by the Planning Act or the Land Tribunal.
Correct. And furthermore, so this was an agreement that existed, but to use you know, a silly hypothetical example. If I enter into an agreement with my next door neighbor that I will never build a swimming pool in my backyard, and a court later rules that that agreement cannot be enforced, that doesn't mean that I can automatically build a swimming pool in my backyard. I might still have to get permission to do so, and it might have to conform to city rules and regulations. I couldn't turn my entire backyard into a swimming pool right up against my neighbor's property line, right? There would be other rules that would still apply. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And it would also not mean that I would, if the agreement was no longer enforced, that I must build a swimming pool in my backyard. There would still be choices and decisions to be made around the use of my backyard in that hypothetical scenario, correct?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Okay. So one obstacle was removed, but that doesn't mean other obstacles don't still exist with regard to this property. Just in terms of are we going to meet our goals? Does this mean we're not saying yes to housing? Is this the last piece of developable land available in the city of Ottawa? Or are there other places where houses can be built if no homes are built on this property?
There's a lot of other places.
Okay. And does saying yes to housing, I'm asking this rhetorically, you don't need to answer it, but does saying yes to housing mean we should build homes on every single piece of green space in our community? Every park, every available piece of land should be used for housing. I don't think that's what saying yes to housing means. I think saying yes to housing means we're going to build housing wherever possible, where it makes sense, as we build beautiful neighborhoods that work for communities. So I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. There are properties all over the city where homes can be built, and there are places all over the city where homes should not be built. Is it not the case that there's something like 60,000 units that have been approved for construction by developers in our city, a number something like that? Is that not the case? I've heard that number before.
Yeah, it depends how you look at it, but yeah, there's lots in the pipeline.
Yeah, so there are lots of homes that can be built, and we can meet our targets regardless of whether this development happens on this site. And with regard to other levels of government, I'll let Councillor Curry speak to this in her wrap-up comments, but I've not heard from any federal representative or provincial representative that they want to see us go ahead with development on this site, or that if we do not go ahead with development on this site, that they will punish us in some way. That is not a message I've received from any member of provincial parliament, any member of federal parliament. So I don't see why it would harm our chances. So I'll leave it there, and I'll let Councillor Curry wrap up on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, everyone, for your thoughtful comments. This is a very unique situation for sure. I will just address a couple of comments and give some thanks. The reality is, behind this case is MP Suds. Jenna Suds used to be the councillor for Canada North. She is intimately aware of everything that's going on with this, and we are now in conversations with NCC. NCC can block this application because of the mercury contamination, because they have to approve the drainage application for this site. All the downstream landowners can also appeal the drainage applications. There are so many complicated factors to this case, but know that your MP from Canada North is fully in support of this motion and what we are talking about here today. Interestingly, when the mayor made the comment that we will not grant easements, like our city solicitor, without any prompting from me, came out and said we will not grant easements for this site. The mayor was at a conference with the premier that day, and the media asked the question of the premier, what do you think about the mayor saying that he will not grant easements? And the premier of Ontario, who kind of cares about housing and how much housing is built, said to the mayor knows what his community wants. God bless him. So the Premier of Ontario has already indicated support for the mayor's support for what we are trying to do here in Canada North. And what we are truly doing with this motion is looking for win-win-win. If you look at this motion, it says that the city enforce the 192 conditions that ensure there isn't flooding, ensure there isn't mercury contamination into our Ottawa River, and make sure that people are safe. The green space in this area was, as Councillor Hill said, fundamental to the rest of the development of Canada. And Canada, as you know, is one of the most highly developed parts of our city, and it continues to be. Thousands and thousands. Since I have been councillor alone, there have been almost 10,000 units approved. Almost 10,000 units approved since I have been councillor. There's no shortage of housing applications in Canada North, and nor will there ever be. This area was the community's park for 6 months a year, every year for 40 years. And so if you are thinking of not supporting this, then you are okay with developing on public parks, because that's what would happen if this were actually to go through. So I thank so many people at this moment, Tim Mark and our city solicitor for all of their work on this, the city manager, the head of planning, Marcia, and formerly Steve Willis. I thank Jenna Suds, and I thank Karen McCrimmon, and I thank Sir Terry Matthews, who is a downstream landowner whose waterway goes through his property, all through the Canada North Tech Park. This file is so related to every other file we will deal with this year, it's hard to even describe. When 5 minutes at the beginning, 5 minutes at the end, it's hard to describe it all. But I mostly thank Marianne Wilkinson for all of her work to keep her community safe and make sure there was green space for all of the children and residents of Canada North. And I would hope you think about how strong she was at the time and how strongly she is in favor right now that I sit here and do everything I possibly can, to Councillor Brockington's point, to make sure this community green space is preserved. So I look forward to a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Let's go to the vote, please.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Skulski.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Conseil des Roches. Conseillère Plante.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
21 yeas, 3 nays.
Carried. Thank you, everyone. Notice of motion, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Tierney, you have a notice of motion?
It's going to come on the screen in 1 second. Thank you. Thanks, Caitlin. Okay, great. Whereas the Association of Municipalities of Ontario will host their annual conference and AGM in Ottawa in August 2026, whereas the positions of all the board members of AMO will be up for election, whereas Councillor Riley Brockington has served the AMOs since August 2018, and during his tenure has served on the Executive Council as chair of the region of the Single Tier Caucus, chair AMO Municipal Finance and Economic Development Task Force, also the host of the AMO Tariff and Trade Symposium in 2025, and served 4 years on AMO's Audit Committee. And whereas Councillor Brockington intends to run for the president of AMO, as part of his nomination, it's required a motion by our City Council acknowledging his interest in endorsing his candidacy. Whereas AMO provides a partial reimbursement of the travel expenses in accordance with the Board Executive Volunteer Expense Remuneration Policy, say that 3 times, any costs for the member's candidacy and participation on the executive over and above the reimbursement by AMO will be paid by Council Administration's budget. Therefore, be it resolved that Ottawa City Council acknowledge Councillor Brockington's intention to run for president of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and endorse his candidacy. There further be resolved that the costs associated with Councillor's candidacy with fulfilling the role, should he be successful, be elected to AMO, the president be covered by the council administration budget in accordance with the council expense policy. Hear, hear.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you. I think this is regarding the OMERS Act. Okay.
That's correct.
Whereas the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, also known as OMERS, pension fund serves 1,000 employers and over 500,000 employees and retirees from diverse groups, including municipal governments, school boards, libraries, police and fire departments, children's aid societies, and electricity distribution companies. Whereas the long-standing jointly sponsored governance model with 2 corporate boards has provided stability, accountability, and fairness to both plan members and employers for more than 2 decades. Whereas the Government of Ontario has passed legislative changes to OMERS governance structure through Bill 68, whereas these changes would replace the current OMERS Sponsors Corporation with a new Sponsors Council that would lose its corporate status and independent resources. Whereas the proposed model could allow pension decisions affecting municipal employers and employees to be made without meaningful municipal oversight, increasing financial risk for municipalities and local taxpayers. Whereas municipalities are already under significant financial strain and cannot absorb additional pension costs without consequences for property taxes or local services. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa does not support the legislative changes to the OMERS Act contained in Bill 68 and requests that the Government of Ontario reconsider the advisability of proceeding with these changes. Further be resolved that Ottawa City Council supports the Association of Municipalities of Ontario in calling on the government to maintain the current OMERS governance model with 2 corporate boards as the structure that would best deliver on the long-term interests of municipalities, taxpayers, and employees. And be it further resolved that this motion be circulated to the Honourable Rob Flack, Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs, the Honourable Peter Bethenfalvy, Minister of Finance, MPPs whose ridings include the City of Ottawa, and AMO itself. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas Ottawa transit riders continue to experience persistent service reliability issues, including insufficient buses to meet expected service levels, a high number of cancelled trips, often without providing notice, and the temporary elimination of 255 bus trips from service, leading to frequent overcrowding, longer waits, and longer commutes, often during extremely cold weather. And whereas the O-Train system continues to face mechanical issues, including a sudden stoppage on LRT Line 1 on January 27th, and the recent discovery of spalling on LRT vehicles, which has led to service reductions and special operating measures while inspections and repairs are carried out. And whereas these service disruptions are further eroding public confidence in the reliability of the city's rail and transit network, and whereas OC Transpo customers rely on this service to get to work, school, medical appointments, and family commitments on time, but as a result of unreliable service, are frequently and routinely late for appointments, or are required to pay for alternate transportation, or are required to add significant buffer time to their commute, all of which are costly burdens that should not fall on customers who have paid for a service. And whereas transit agencies in other cities, including London, Singapore, Washington, D.C., and Go Transit in Ontario, have implemented various forms of service guarantees, including refunds or credits to demonstrate accountability and respect for transit customers' time. And whereas Toronto City Council recently passed a motion directing Toronto Transit Commission to evaluate and consider as part of the development of the new ridership growth strategy, the feasibility of implementing a money-back guarantee to issue refunds for any customer who experiences a delay on their trip of 15 minutes or more from expected on-time performance. And whereas exploring a similar approach in Ottawa could demonstrate a renewed commitment to customer service, rebuild trust with riders, and further incentivize OC Transpo to deliver service that meets its customers' expected standards. Therefore, be it resolved that Council direct the General Manager of OC Transpo to evaluate and report back on the feasibility, implications, and potential models for implementing a transit service reliability guarantee and accountability program, including but not limited to refund or fair credit mechanisms mechanisms for customers who experience significant delays or cancellations beyond defined service standards. And be it further resolved that this evaluation include a review of global best practices, including GO Transit service guarantee and emerging policies from Toronto, as well as financial, technical, and operational considerations necessary for delivering such a program in Ottawa. And be it further resolved that staff report back to the Transit Committee and Council with options, costs, timelines, and recommendations by the end of Q3 2026 for possible implementation in the 2027 Transit Committee budget.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is a motion titled Compensation for Transit Riders. Whereas OC Transpo bus service is currently operating well below normal standards of reliability and capacity because of delays in receiving replacements for life-expired buses, mechanic shortages, and without sufficient advanced mitigation planning. And whereas service on O-Train Line 1 is currently operating well below the normal level of capacity because of mechanical problems and a P3 that has meant a lack of transparency and urgency in solving root cause issues. And whereas OC Transpo riders' daily lives have been negatively affected by the reduced reliability and capacity of the integrated bus and train system, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to explore scenarios to compensate transit users for the latest transit disruptions, which could include refunds, capital improvements to reliability, discounted future service, or another method of compensation or combination thereof, and report back to a future meeting of the Transit Committee in Q1 2026. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the Blair Road Urbanization Project includes a multi-use pathway as part of the Transportation Master Plan Priority Network, whereas the pathway will serve the important connection for residents across the city and notably the residents of Rothwell Heights community, whereas Jane Braemar has been a long-standing member of the Rothwell Heights and is currently serving as the Executive Chair of the Board of Directors for the Rothwell Heights Property Owners Association. Therefore, be it resolved that the multi-use pathway to be constructed as part of the Blair Road Urbanization Project to be formally named Jane Braemar Path. Be it further resolved that during the construction of the path that a temporary sign be installed to include the path's formal name. Be it further resolved that all costs related to the production and installation of the temporary sign, as well as the permanent stand and plaque, be funded through the Ward Councillor's office budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to introduce bylaws. Councillor Lowe.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda, their motion to introduce bylaw, 3 readings be read and passed.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw, Councillor Lowe.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of council meeting of January 28, 2026.
Is that carried? Inquiries, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. The Integrated Bank Street Renewal Project required a modified project schedule last year and could not complete the work at Bank and Riverside due to challenges resolving land negotiations with the NCC. Project delays completing the work at this intersection have led to increased congestion at the intersection and an inability to implement bike lanes on the Bank Street Bridge. It has also prevented the completion of any segment of the project, expanding the length of the disrupted area. As of now, land negotiations remain open with risks further delays and disruption on a project that must be completed this year. With this in mind, staff are requested to, 1, please provide an update on the current status and progress of land negotiations with NCC and the impacts of those negotiations on this project. 2, please advise if there are any other municipal projects that have been impacted by similar challenges with the NCC.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think this is highly relevant as yesterday was International Holocaust Remembrance Day. A recent report from the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy warns that foreign state funding has influenced growing extremism in Canada. Recently, Canada has experienced a concerning rise in violent extremism, including but not limited to the following incidents. On January 29th, 2017, 6 men were killed and 5 others injured by an anti-Muslim domestic terrorist attack in the Quebec City mosque shooting. An 18-month investigation culminated in 2023 with the arrest of 2 men in Toronto and Niagara allegedly connected with neo-Nazi terrorism, including creating propaganda material, recruitment videos, and organizing combat training. In December 2023, 2 Ottawa youths were arrested for allegedly plotting a violent attack against Jewish persons in Ottawa, possibly through the detonation of an explosive device at a pro-Israel rally at Parliament Hill. And in December 2025, 3 men were arrested in Toronto for an alleged plot to harass and attack Jewish people and women. Locally, hate-motivated crimes have increased in Ottawa since 2020 by 157%, from 182 reported incidents in 2020 to 467 reported incidents in 2024. The Canadian Security and Intelligence Services Act authorizes the Canadian Security Intelligence Service to disclose information under specified conditions for the purpose of enhancing resiliency against threats to the security of Canada. CSIS's regional office in Ottawa engages locally and routinely provides unclassified or appropriately cleared intelligence briefings to elected officials at all levels of government, and such briefings support intergovernmental collaboration on national security matters, including cybersecurity threats, foreign interference, and extremism affecting urban communities. Can the General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services advise members of Council on whether it would be feasible and appropriate to arrange a training and education session for Council under subsection 239, bracket 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 regarding extremism-related risks relevant to the City of Ottawa, including whether subject matter experts from CSIS, the RCMP, and/or Ottawa Police Service could be involved?
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Are there any other inquiries? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Lowe.
That the proceedings of the City Council meeting of January 28, 2026 be adjourned.
Is that carried? Thank you, everyone. Merci.
Alors, j'ai beaucoup de sympathie pour les usagers de ces transports. C'était un temps très, très difficile. Et nous avons eu beaucoup de problèmes avec les bus, avec les trains. Et je sais que les résidents d'Ottawa ont moins de confiance dans le système. Mais nous faisons tout ce que nous pouvons faire pour améliorer le service. C'est pourquoi nous investissons beaucoup d'argent dans le transport en commun. Dans le budget de 2026, presque $1 milliard pour le transport en commun. Nous devons embaucher plus de mécaniques. Nous devons recevoir plus de bus. Nous devons régler les problèmes avec les trains. Nous devons compléter le transfert des trains légers au gouvernement provincial. Alors, il y a beaucoup de choses à faire pour améliorer le service, pour que les résidents ont plus de confiance dans le système. Et nous sommes en train de faire tout ce que nous pouvons faire, mais j'ai beaucoup de sympathie pour nos usagers.
Comme celle d'hier, qui ne fait pas en rapport finalement avec le remplacement des pièces qui doit être fait.
Alors, c'est une question pour l'équipe d'OC Transpo. Ils travaillent fort pour résoudre les problèmes, mais je ne sais pas tous les détails au sujet des événements d'hier. Alors, je ne peux pas faire des commentaires sur là-dessous. Sure. Yeah. Just on the second question, I don't know all the details about what happened yesterday. Anytime there's a challenge like that, it's very frustrating. It's very irritating. The team does everything they can to fix it as quickly as possible, get regular service restored. On the broader question, I get it. I'm frustrated. I'm disappointed. I'm irritated by the challenges we've had with public transit. But the team at OC Transpo is doing everything it can to improve service. There are more and more buses arriving all the time. I think we have closer to the number of buses in service now than we had a couple of weeks ago. And so, we're hiring more mechanics. So we're trying to fix the bus issue. The buses have not been coming to us as quickly as we had originally hoped. It's not like we can just produce buses out of thin air or that there's all kinds of buses available in the marketplace that we can purchase and put into service tomorrow. The answers are not easy. And when it comes to the train, I think I understand the frustrations, but despite the issue that was identified and despite the requirement to act out of an abundance of caution, I think our residents understand why we must act with an abundance of caution when an issue like that is identified. We can't take any risks with safety. Despite that, we've been able to offer, in fact, more frequent train service in the last few days. Not the same capacity, but more frequent service where the trains are arriving more often. So I've actually heard from a few residents that the experience has been a little bit better from a frequency perspective, even though the trains are a little bit more full. So the team at OC Transpo is doing everything they can, but I understand the frustration of our residents, and that's why we're committed to doing everything possible to improve both the buses and the trains in the coming months. And that's why we need to upload the train service to the provincial government, because they are better positioned to tackle these kinds of issues, and it will free up millions and millions of dollars, in fact, billions of dollars that we can reinvest in better bus service and better service overall at OC Transpo.
Merci. On va maintenant à Frédéric Pépin avec le droit. Radio-Canada.
Non.
Non. Il y a deux motions que vous présentez pour évidemment des discussions ultérieures sur un remboursement, une somme, une compensation pour les usagers du train des autobus. Il est trop tôt pour avoir la décision finale là-dessus, mais vous, est-ce que vous pensez que les usagers méritent une compensation pour ceux qui attendent pour des trains qui ne pas ceux qui n'ont pas d'autobus qui arrivent à l'heure?
Alors, la plus grande récompense que nous pouvons offrir à nos usagers, c'est un service fiable. Ça, c'est notre objectif. Alors, ce n'est pas d'avoir un service moins fiable et de donner de l'argent aux résidents d'Ottawa. C'est d'avoir un service plus fiable. Et n'oublions pas que c'est donner de l'argent, c'est leur propre argent. Alors, il n'y a pas une autre source pour l'argent. C'est moins d'argent que nous pouvons investir dans le transport en commun. Si nous donnons c'est leur argent. Alors, c'est comme si je suis le propriétaire d'un restaurant et je n'aime pas le repas, de me demander de récompense du restaurant. C'est mon restaurant. Le OC Transport, c'est le la propriété des résidents d'Ottawa. Alors, si nous donnons de l'argent aux résidents, c'est moins d'argent pour le transport en commun. Nous devons investir dans le transport en commun pour améliorer le service, améliorer la fiabilité du service. Ça, c'est la plus grande récompense pour les résidents d'Ottawa et pour les usagers de ces transports. Sure. Look, let's not forget that if we give money, pay back money to transit riders because of what they've suffered through recently, that it's their own money we're giving them. It means it's less money that's going towards public transit. I'm determined to invest more money in public transit, not less. I don't want to take money out of the public transit budget that could go towards improving service. And the biggest reward we can give to our passengers is better service, reliable service. That's what we're building towards with these investments. And I don't think it's the right way to go to suddenly be giving cash to our users, our passengers, because that's less money that we can put towards OC Transpo.
Alto maintenant, vous en avez parlé dans votre allocution d'ouverture. Il y a deux scénarios, Gare Tremblay, Via Rail ou l'édifice du Sénat devant le Château Laurier. On nous a déjà dit que l'édifice du Sénat, et ça c'est le directeur général d'Alto qui nous a dit la semaine dernière, ça c'est compliqué. Il y a le canal Rideau, il y a le tunnel du train léger, il y a les édifices existants. Vous, aujourd'hui, vous dites quoi? Vous le voulez là, la gare?
Oui, c'est bien compliqué. Et de bâtir un système de rapide vitesse, c'est bien compliqué partout entre Québec et Toronto. Alors, il y a beaucoup d'enjeux, mais nous avons une seule chance à déterminer le site pour la station. C'est quelque chose générationnel. C'est un service pour les centaines des années à l'avenir. Alors, c'est très important que nous considérons nos options. Et je pense que la station à Montréal aura lieu au centre-ville. La station à Toronto aura lieu au centre-ville. Ici à Ottawa, pour l'économie du centre-ville, pour le développement économique, pour revitaliser le centre-ville d'Ottawa, c'est nécessaire d'avoir cette station, ou au moins essayer d'avoir cette station au centre-ville.
Merci.
Merci. On va maintenant à Sébastien Pierrose avec le droit.
Bonjour, Monsieur le maire.
Bonjour.
Hier, Monsieur Troy Charter a été interrogé sur est-ce qu'il va y avoir du retard pour la ligne à Orléans, le prolongement. On sait qu'il y avait eu un engagement de la ville pour que ça soit fait au premier semestre 2026. Est-ce que vous êtes confiant que l'extension va se faire avec tous les problèmes en ce moment qu'il y a? Je sais que la mise à jour doit être le 12 février, mais là, je discutais avec la conseillère Kitts. Il y a des inquiétudes, manifestement. Monsieur Turney a des inquiétudes aussi. Vous, c'est quoi votre opinion là-dessus, sur le prolongement?
Alors, je ne suis pas ingénieur. Je n'ai aucune opinion sur les chantiers. C'est difficile à savoir à ce moment l'impact des problèmes que nous avons eus, mais je sais que nous savons que le travail sur l'extension vers l'Est continue à ce moment. Alors, j'espère qu'il n'y aura pas d'impact sur les chantiers, mais je ne sais pas encore. Mais ce qui est important, c'est que les trains sont sécuritaires, que le système est fiable et nous restons pas et nous lançons pas le nouveau service avant qu'il est prêt. Alors, il n'y a pas un échéancier fixe parce que il y a des tests et nous devons suivre les résultats, les recommandations de l'enquête de 2022. Alors, l'extension sera lancée aussitôt que possible, mais pas avant qu'il est sécuritaire.
Pas avant que l'enquête soit terminée.
Pardon?
Pas avant que ça soit sécuritaire et que l'enquête soit terminée.
Oui, mais je parle de
Well,
l'enquête de
I'm
2022.
talking about the public investigation, the recommendations from the judge in 2022, 85 million. That's for the dump. It's a big sum of money, given it's about 2% of the total budget. You've said that there will be revenues. How can you explain those profits if we look at the CARP landfill? You're not the owner of that. How will the city actually make money, make a profit if it's going to cost $85 million? Well, first of all, it's less expensive than the value of the site. That's what the experts say anyway. KPMG experts have told us that the site has a value of at least $110 million, a maximum of $140 million. We bought the landfill site for $95 million, so it's less expensive than we thought. We also have a long-term budget for garbage. Even if we haven't bought the site outright, we will have expenses in the future. This solution is cheaper than the other solutions. So this is an efficiency for the city. We'll spend less on garbage through this landfill site by not purchasing it. Thank you. All right.
Now go to Katie Griffin at CTV.
Oh, okay.
That was exciting. Just on the upload to the LRT to the province, can you give an update on any progress in negotiations or a timeline?
It's a complicated transaction, and we've been working with the province. We've had multiple conversations with them recently about moving this forward, and I can't give a timeline at this point, but there's a willingness on both sides to make progress on this in the near future. And so I'm going to continue to work with the provincial government to advance the upload, because again, this is a game changer for the residents of Ottawa and for public transit in our city. It will mean that we will save billions of dollars, $85 million a year that we can reinvest in better public transit service for our community. So if there's one big thing we could do that would change the game for public transit in Ottawa, this is it. Everything else is a distant second. So I'm going to continue working on this as hard as I can and working with the province to get it done.
And again, despite all the frustration, despite all the issues, not in favor of refunds to riders.
Look, I sympathize with our riders. They're frustrated, but we would be giving refunds with their own money, and that would mean we would have less money to put into public transit. So I think it's financially irresponsible for us to talk about giving money to our riders when we should be giving that money to OC Transpo to provide better service. What I hear over and over again from residents is they don't want refunds. They want better service. They want reliable service. That's what we're committed to delivering, is a reliable service for our residents that they can count on. And once they have that, they'll be happy.
Thank you. We will now go to Arthur White-Crummy at CBC Radio.
Hi, I have a few questions on the landfill site, and you'll notice I'm not saying dump. For both Cyril and for the mayor, because I want a technical and a political answer. So I know that you were saying that we're getting this from a lower price than the value that it actually represents for the city. But I want to look at this from the, perspective of ratepayers, because we're going to be paying this debt for a while. It looks like it's going to cost $5.5 million a year. And when I look at the fee schedule for the garbage rates, it looks like they're going to be substantially higher than they would otherwise be for the next 8 years or so.
I don't think substantially higher. No, I think
$20 or so at the height, right? So I'm just wondering, how can this be a good deal if ratepayers are going to be paying more than they would be in the alternative?
I think you have to look at this, anything to do with solid waste. You can't look at it in terms of the next couple of years. You have to look at it in terms of the next 50 to 100 years. And there is not a scenario in the next 50 to 100 years where we will spend no money on solid waste. There's no scenario where we won't be building or acquiring some type of facility to manage solid waste. So we can wait another 10 years and then spend 4 times as much as we did today on another solution that will maybe save taxpayers a few dollars a year for the next 10 years, but will cost them hundreds and hundreds of dollars more in the future. Or we can make a smart, responsible decision to buy something of value that is rarely available in Ontario, make that the property of the city, and save taxpayers millions and millions of dollars in the long run. We're going to spend money on solid waste over the next 40, 50, 60 years, no matter what. By making this acquisition, we're going to spend a lot less in the long run. Maybe there'll be a slight adjustment on an annual basis for the first few years because of the timing of this transaction, but there will be savings that will be achieved in the long run because we're not doing something else that costs a whole lot more.
And before I go on to my next question, could I quickly perhaps get Cyril just on the timeline for when residents might start to see savings from this?
Yeah, so just for clarity, and like the mayor said, the long-range financial plan was brought forward in June that accompanied the solid waste master plan. We always planned for the acquisition of a landfill in the future. It was in the outer years. This opportunity now came forward, so we brought that forward. Over a 10-year period, the overall average increase was 5.4%. Now, by advancing this purchase, it's 5.7%. And what that equates to is approximately an 80-cent difference to the average homeowner. So really, I would deem that as very much in line with the plan, and the opportunity actually saves us because of price escalation. So today, the opportunity came before us. We advanced the purchase of the land side of it. And if that land was to go out in 10 years in the original plan, it would cost us much, much more in terms of the escalation on that. In addition to that, from a valuation perspective, the valuation was done by KPMG at 110 to 140. So we got a deal at 95 million.
And still on the landfill site, this will probably be for Alain, I think, because I just want to know, you were talking about how before we get shovels in the ground, there's still a lot of work that has to happen. I just wanted a little bit more detail about what comes next and how long that work will take.
Yeah, so as you can appreciate, our focus right now has been on closing the transaction. So that closed late last week. So our focus now is going to be around how do we look forward? There's a number of steps that we have to follow. There's 5 motions that were approved at the November council meeting that we will be focused on meeting. So our focus now is going to be shifting towards putting a plan forward in terms of how we're going to be advancing those, the response to those motions, and also how we're going to be using the site in the future. We're also going to be engaging with the community before we do anything. So there's a lot of steps that we need to be putting in place, but now we're going to be able to shift our focus squarely on how do we look to the future. Oui, c'est vrai que jusqu'à présent, notre emphase a vraiment été sur fermer.
Our focus was on closing a transaction. Up to now that that's done, it's over. It was closed last week. Now we can look to the future. We can look at how we intend to develop the site. When the council passed a report, there were 5 recommendations in that report that we have to look at to move forward. We'll also consult the community to see how we develop the site. There are several steps that will be taken before we can actually go forward.
Merci, thank you.
Thank you very
much. Cameron Mahler with CBC Ottawa.
Cameron?
Hi there. I'm not sure who this question would be for, but I was hoping to get a reaction or a response to the Ontario Land Tribunal's decision from yesterday, saying that all prerequisites had been satisfied and that they have approved both the zoning bylaw amendment and the draft plan of subdivision for the lands, the Canada Lakes lands.
Thank you. So the tribunal had already approved the draft plan of subdivision with a number of conditions. Yesterday's decision approves the zoning and consolidates the decision. So it happened yesterday. We haven't gone through it at staff level to really understand the implications, but it was expected, and as the draft plan of subdivision had already been approved by the tribunal. So we'll be looking at that decision and how we operationalize that in our engagement on the property in the coming weeks.
And then just a question about the message that this potentially sends. I guess this is more of a political question. The message that this sends the
Well, look, as we discussed in the meeting, there are many, many different reasons why development can happen or cannot happen on a particular site. The courts were dealing with one particular issue, which was the historical agreement. The courts determined, I don't agree, but the courts determined that the agreement is no longer in effect. But there are other reasons that, there are other issues with that site that influence whether or not development can happen on that site. So, and one of the biggest is that, the community was promised green space, and that serves as green space for the community, and the community was built with the assumption that that would be green space. And so, I think we owe it to the community to explore all avenues to make sure that before any development happens on that site, we're exhausting every possible avenue to maintain it as green space.
Thank you. We have time for some additional questions. Nous avons du temps pour des questions supplémentaires.
Whenever
Go to Joanne Luscious first at the Citizen.
Joanne?
Developers have expressed an interest in a number of different golf courses in Ottawa, and this is happening across North America. Do you see this happening again when other green spaces of this kind are threatened?
I think we have to look at it on a case-by-case basis. Look, this is a very, very specific set of circumstances where it wasn't just a golf course. It was promised as green space that the community could use. The community counted on that commitment. People bought homes on the assumption that that green space would be maintained. They heard the words in perpetuity. They went into it with good faith. And now they're learning that in perpetuity doesn't mean forever. That's not what I learned in English class, but that's how the courts have decided. So I think we have to look at these things case by case. There are golf courses where, it might make sense for the golf course to be replaced with housing, where it's not central to the planning of that neighborhood, that space was going to be recreational space for the community. We'll have to look at each case individually. But in this case, it's clear what the community expected and what they're frustrated about. And so I think we owe it to them to do everything possible to protect that green space.
Thank you. We will now go to Arthur White-Crummy at CBC.
Hi, thanks again. From your transit, answer at the beginning, I know that you addressed the bus reliability issue and the bearing issues that we're experiencing with the LRT, but we did just yesterday see that, issue with the Lion Station and Pimisi Station backup that had, hundreds of people seemingly on those platforms, people trapped in the train for 20, 30 minutes, maybe more, and even walking through the snow to get from one station to the other. So I'm just wondering what you have to say to those passengers and just what this says that, OC Transport is seeing a third, really bad kind of public relations day after all of these prior issues.
Yeah, again, I think it comes back to people are going to have confidence when the service is reliable. The reliability of the trains has improved significantly over the last few years. If you go back to the summer of 2023, when we had to stop service for a period of time, Since then, the reliability has been improving, but there have been incidents. There are trains that break down, there are weather incidents, there are other issues that happen, and they happen in every city in North America. We're not the only ones. I don't know all the details about what happened yesterday. We don't have a full report. At least I haven't seen one on what the exact issues are. Are they weather related? Are they mechanical? Are they something else? You know, what combination of factors led to that? Anytime that happens, the first priority is to get service restored to the highest level possible as soon as possible. And that's what they did yesterday. It took some time. I accept how frustrating that is for passengers. And it comes at a bad time. It comes at a bad time when there are already other issues. But again, we're doing everything we can to provide more reliable service for our residents. When we have more mechanics, when we have more electric buses, when we open the Eastern Extension to Orleans, we'll be in a much better place. And I appreciate the patience of our passengers and how long this is taking, but we are on our way there. And that's why we need to keep investing in public transit. That's why we need to complete the upload to the provincial government, so we have even more money to invest in public transit. You know, it takes time, it takes resources. We're going to get there.
Thank you. Oui, Anne-Louise Michel à Radio-Canada.
Oui, c'est une question plus
I
technique.
have a technical question that I'd like to ask you, not a political. I'd like a clarification about the zoning plan and the ratio for apartment blocks. It was 15% in the past. It's now one apartment out of every 6 that will have more than 2 bedrooms. Could you give us some more information on that, please? Yes, of course. Once the maximum of N3 reaches 12, that means that 1 in 6, that allows us to guarantee 2 units in every 12 unit building. It's a much easier thing to actually use. It's more user-friendly. Inaudible. That's right. Thank you very much. Any additional question?
No? Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. Merci de vous joindre à nous. Have a good day. Merci tout le monde.
Merci.